Good morning, good morning. I think it's morning. Yes, it is. It is now 12 a.m. So good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? And welcome to the stream and welcome back to our BattleTech campaign. Hey Zero, how's it going? Space Viking, how's it going? Fury Curry. Good morning, Caleb, 8 a.m. in New Mexico. Joanny. Lots of familiar names. How are we all going today? So, this is a stream closer to my regular time, which is odd considering I said I wasn't going to be doing too many of these in the last stream. But, however, in my defense, I have actually already slept today. My boy is actually a little bit sick, or was a little bit sick last night, so the missus didn't sleep particularly well last night. He didn't sleep at all, and I didn't sleep particularly well either. So, I did the daddy thing of lie down for a quick half an hour kip this afternoon, and woke up 5.5 hours later. Oops. Yeah, so I've actually only been awake for like 4 or 5 hours. It was long enough to do a drive to Melbourne that I had to do and then come home. So that's about it. Anyways, good morning to everybody. Hello from England. It's bloody boiling. Yeah, I was reading through some social media posts. I went onto Twitter. I should never go onto Twitter. It's fucking full of stupid people. But I was flicking through there just trying to find something to do while I was deciding whether or not I was actually going to do the stream tonight. And I found a thread done by a whole bunch of British streamers that are talking like giving safety notorieties to their viewers. Like, look, guys, it's going to be over 40 degrees C. The next couple of days, it's going to be over 40 degrees C, guys. Okay, so I just want to talk to everybody here and make sure all of my viewers understand. I might be a little bit slow or a little bit uncomfortable because the heat affects the brain. And I'm not entirely sure how well we're going to handle this, but we're going to do our best, guys. I'm like, fucking hell, 6 months of the year it's in here. My record on a live stream, and I don't live stream all that often, my record for a summer live stream, I pulled a temperature gauge up in this room with my 5900X and a 3080 running in here last summer. It was 56 fucking degrees in here with the aircon running. And I didn't do a safety notoriety. I don't run a camera on myself, so I did take my shirt off, but I had sweat running down me like I'd got out of a pool, and that was like at 7 o'clock at night after the sun had gone down. Well, the sun wasn't down. The sun doesn't set till like 10 p.m. at summer, but, the sun was going down in the process, and God, you people are panicking over that end of the world. It's 40 degrees. Yeah, we spend at least between 4 to 8 weeks at that, usually over 45 for at least 2 of those weeks every year. And I don't live in the hottest part of the country, so trust me, you can deal with it. It's not that bad. You can adjust. It may be unusual, but you can adjust. Made me laugh my ass off. God, I so want to drag a whole bunch of British streamers and Northern European streamers and drag you down to Australia in summer and just film them. Just film them. It was funny. A lot of multitasking here, playing bass while watching a stream, Max. Oh, nice. I've been contemplating a bass. I want to get an instrument. My oldest son's into clarinet. Or he started playing clarinet because he's doing band stuff at school, and he had to pick an instrument, and he's actually really enjoying it, which doesn't surprise me because I did sax when I was in high school. And my youngest son, he wanted to get into an instrument as well, but he's not old enough yet to have to do the band thing. So we ended up just getting him a guitar, and it's actually worked out really well because he's trying to work out how to play. He's only 5, so he doesn't know, but he's trying to work it out. And he does watch YouTube. And so I've got him onto Justin Johnson, and he's become obsessed with Justin Johnson videos. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Justin Johnson before. Go look him up. It's like swamp blues and bluegrass type stuff, like deep South American guitar. And it's really nice. I listen to it all the time whenever I'm doing design work. And he's gotten right into it. And so he's watching and he's trying to work out how to play. But I'm starting to feel left out as well, because I want to play instruments with the boys, and I got to pick an instrument and find time to fucking learn how to play one of those as well. I'm thinking the bass might be something that I'm actually able to pull off. I've only got 4 strings to deal with. About to do the finishing touch on the bases of my 10 Assault. This is an aggressors. Nice. A Jaeger. For those who don't know, 40C is 104F. Yep. Yeah, your Imperial conversions. Thank you very much for that in chat. Mags, I'm not the one who's complaining here. Oh, no, I'm not saying you are, but, like, I've seen so many complaints about the temperature. I'm like, yeah, it's... Like, to be fair, if you were to flick me to the other side of the world and I also have to take on your winter, I would complain as well. I complain about my winter. I don't like the cold at all. But, yeah, I would complain about yours too. But you don't need survival notorieties on a live stream because the temperature's over 40 degrees. That's a touch much. Crack a window. Turn on a fan. 40 degrees without an air conditioner is not difficult. Make yourself a swampy. Swampy's not hard. Swampy, for those who don't know, is you just get a normal fan, and you just take this is if all air conditioning has failed, your air conditioning in unit in the wall is blown up, you've got nothing else. Go outside your house, you take one of the fly screens off the outside of your window, you soak it in water, like you just like put a bit of water in the bath or whatever else, just so you get water in amongst all of the grid squares, and then just turn on a normal like pedestal fan and just sit it in front of it, and about once every half an hour pick it up and just soak it in water again and put it back out, because that's essentially how your normal swampies, evaporative air conditioners, we refer to them as swampies here, they actually function. The only deal is you got to make sure that there is air flowing out of the room when you do it. You must have air coming from outside into the room, and you must have air going from inside out of the room as well, because otherwise the air just gets moist, and after the humidity gets to a certain point, they stop working. So, but yeah, like take your 5 minutes to put it together and make a huge difference if you're that desperate. Made one live, been growing my tonnage here on my playthrough. Yeah, we're finally getting there as well. Alright, so that's exactly what we're doing here, guys. Bit of an update. I have actually wound up, before we go back to the chat, because we are going to do a transit here in a moment, I have actually already set up most of the mechs. The Archer's the only one that isn't complete yet, and that's because I changed it. So all of our mechs are built out. Our Shadowhawk is 6-pack. It's an SRM6, two SRM6s and an SRM4. Medium lasers and small lasers. The trebuchet's set up with an LRM15 and an LRM10. The Raven and the rest of the configuration you already know about. The Archer I converted. I had LRM20s on the Archer. The problem that I've got, looking over the tonnage at the moment, is the Archer is the heaviest mech that I've got, and it is pretty good in the armor department. It's a pretty durable mech. And I don't have a replacement frontliner, and that's what I need. I've got the Trebuchet as a support mech, but I need somebody who can take a tank, who can actually tank some shots and actually deal out some damage in close range. So I've reconfigured the Archer, which is why it's in at the moment. What I've done is I've mounted 4 SRM6 launchers with 4 tons of ammunition for them, and 4 medium lasers, and then basically slammed heat exchangers and a cockpit, double plus cockpit defense mod that we picked up, the heat exchanger we picked up, and a whole stack of heat sinks on board, so that it can essentially fire until it runs out of ammunition without stopping. So if it gets within close range of something, it will rip it to shreds, and that's what I've built it to do for the moment. just lots of short-range firepower while we have other mechs do it. We will convert it back into a long-range mech later, but that will be once I have something else that I can stick up front that can actually take the shots to the face, which we don't have anything at the moment. We jumped from 55 tons to 70 tons, and we've got nothing in between, so that's a problem. So we're working with that. Right, so that's what we've done there. Pilot-wise, everybody ticked along rather well.
Standing by.
I've already spent all their points.
Standing by.
Everybody's all got their upgrades.
Standing by. Yes, Commander.
Everybody
Waiting
except
for
Beach
orders.
Ball here, because I'm trying to hang on to her points at the moment, because I'm trying to push her up to rank 7 piloting, because 8 is what we're after for my recon pilots.
Yep.
Phantom's heading in that direction as well and hanging onto his points too. So they're ticking along and everything's going nicely. In the end, we did come out at 4.1 million after the mechs were built. But after doing the rebuild on the Archer, and I did try... I had a brain fart moment, and I went and bought some heavy jump jets to try and fit jump jets to the Archer. It won't let you, unfortunately, to try and give it some more mobility to close range. And I spent a couple of $100,000 on heavy jump jets. But we were at 4.1 million. We're at 3.8 million now with 16 days left on the financial report. But there's not much left else on this planet to do. So we're going to do another Flashpoint. This one, however, I've actually done before. I'm surprised it's popped up. Normally it's burnt out by now. So we're doing this one here, which is Yang Virtanen's big score. It's a 35-day flight away. It gets us out of the Capellan territory and down into Davian territory. If I recall correctly, it's been a while since I've done it. It's only 2 missions, and we do flog a mech out at the end of this, and it's only 2.5 skulls, and it's going to be a heavy, so we can get a second heavy. So it's 150,000 to make the travel in 35 days.
By your command.
Let's get underway as we go through the rest of chat. I think a bass for you, mate, may be the way, and basically 2 strings and a guitar. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking maybe a bass.
Job's done.
I've been odd on instruments. I've always wanted to learn violin, but I've seen the amount of time that actually goes into those things, and like I love the sound they make, but actually finding the time to learn to play one is a whole other thing. And I do like the sound of a good bass. So might pick up something, and I don't think I'll be slapping like Davey 504, but we'll I might give it a little bit of a shot. Spirit Fox, is this live? Yes, it absolutely is. Alright, leadership moment. Strolling down the hall, you collide with Phantom, who seems to be in a hurry. Oh, Commander, I was looking for Darius, but you'll do. Cerberus is on the verge of a brawl with Drillbit. They need somebody to remind them they're teammates, not enemies. You raise your eyebrows. You have command experience, don't you, Phantom? Phantom blinks. Well, yeah, but on board a ship, I'm just a pilot. I don't want to overstep my authority. Authorize Phantom to deal with it. Yeah, alright. You say, good idea, always respect the chain of command. Alright, and now I'm commanding you to go deal with this yourself. Phantom salutes you and vanishes the way he came. Later, Darius mentions that he had to rescue Phantom from being pounded by the other 2 mech warriors. Ah, damn it. Should have gone for learning experience. Ah, well, it's 35 days of transit and it's 30 days of low spirit, so it doesn't actually make a difference to what we're up to. Fly screen, what's that? Hang on a second, Somerset. You're saying you don't have fly screens or insect screens on the outside of your glass on your houses? That's not a thing. Seriously? With my old rig in Campbelltown, 45 degrees outside, my bedroom regularly hit 60. Yeah, if I didn't have the air cons and the fans in this room set up, I could easily bust 60 in this room in midsummer with this rig running if I'm doing something that's actually fully utilizing all of its power. If I'm doing something like simulation, DCS, something really heavy on the hardware that's pushing it, I could punch 60 in this room no problems at all if I shut down all the cooling. Generally, my rule of thumb is once it passes 55 in the room, unless it's something that I feel I absolutely have to do, or I'm in the middle of something like a live stream where I don't want to just walk away from it, I want to finish it up and actually tidy it up towards the end, I'll pull the pin once it busts 55 in this room. I have a thermometer in this room that monitors the temperature that's exclusively for summer. Outside of the peak of summer, I don't even look at it. I don't even think I've got it set up at the moment. It's sitting over the back of the desk somewhere. But I set it up in summer just to watch it at 55 degrees. That's it. I knock off. I'm going to go find a spot under a tree in the backyard, put on an audio book, you know, spray myself down with the hose, call it a day. A friend told me about this game, but I have no experience with MechPro BattleTech Universe. Saw bits of your last stream and it looks interesting. What would you recommend for a noob like me? Look, if you find it interesting and you like turn-based tactical games, this is probably one of the better turn-based tactical games, even if you're unaware of the universe. I rank it easily alongside the likes of XCOM, and in terms of its the management side of things, it's actually superior to XCOM. I would say it's almost better in terms of replayability with the career mode options as well. If you think it's interesting, unfortunately you just missed a Steam summer sale, and you could have picked it and all the expansions for it up for like 60% off or something. But I'd say pick it up at whenever you find a price that you feel is appropriate, whether it be a special or not. And I've been asked this a few times recently. The first playthrough you do of the game, play the storyline. It's not the best storyline in the BattleTech universe, but it's not a terrible storyline by any means, and it does do a pretty good job of introducing you to a lot of the concepts within the universe and how it functions. And it's a pretty good story to go through. You'll love, you'll hate, you'll find big mechs, you'll blow stuff up. It's a great time. Once you've played through it on vanilla the first time, from there, it's up to you whether or not you want to go into the mods or whether or not you just want to use the career mode. Now, the career mode is entirely replayable. It'll allow you to essentially have a random start and to adjust your difficulty level as much as you want. Good options for everybody. And you have some pretty massive overhaul mods that are available as well. But it comes down to whether or not you like turn-based tactical games that are heavy on the management. If you like that, even if you're not super familiar with the BattleTech universe, you don't need to be, but the game itself will be right up your alley. If you hate management or you hate turn-based tactical games, you're never going to get along with this. That's really how all it comes down to. The universe itself, however, is fantastic. I rank it right up there as one of my favorites. It's criminally underused. How this universe, how they haven't made a movie on this yet, I have no idea. It's crying out. Well, actually, by modern Hollywood standards, I'm glad they haven't. But how it didn't get picked up for licensing. I know it was at one point. In the 90s, somebody was considering it. Somebody was pushing to write a story in the universe. But it only ever wound up with a Saturday morning cartoon TV show, which they dealt with the lore issues that were generated by that in the best way that I've ever seen. So actually, I'll probably answer that before I go back into chat. For those who haven't seen that before, or who have seen the morning cartoon but are not aware of what they did with it, there was some lore inconsistencies with the cartoon, the Saturday morning cartoon that was created. But they didn't want the lore inconsistencies to be a problem. But they also didn't want to decanonize the TV show. So what they chose to do is, in canon, the Saturday morning cartoon show actually exists within the BattleTech universe, and it's inner-sphere propaganda against the clans. That's how they actually solve the canon inconsistencies between the TV show and the actual lore, is they made the TV show a part of the BattleTech universe as a propaganda piece that was running during the clan invasions for children. I think that's brilliant. That's one of the best saves I've ever seen, to not decanonize something, but to address those kind of issues. $2 from Keith Templar. Mags, yeah, currently 8 degrees C here in Melbourne. Love it. Yeah, it's freezing here at the moment. I've heard, because I'm up in rural Vic, we're actually going to have a really cold one at the moment. I'm a little concerned about with the boys, especially with both of them being sick at the moment. It's going to hit -2 in the next couple. I don't like numbers that have lines in front of them. That's bad. Me and it don't get along. Some of the house goals, screen door, basically a mesh plastic material frame that lets air through but keeps small annoyances out. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, take them off the outside of your windows, wet them, put them in front of a fan. You'll be good. If you want to get bass, figure first which one you want. There's P bases, jazz bases, and all the ones in between, so hear them before trying to see what fits. Yeah, I know nothing at this point in time, so I'll definitely have to spend some time looking into it and considering. Lol, yes, Brawler Archer. Yeah, well, I don't really have a choice. It's a 70-ton mech and it has to be frontlined. At least for the moment. It will absolutely get quad SRM whatever's, LRM whatever's put onto it later and turned into my primary fire support mech. I've got to deal with what I've got. And it's the tonnage issues and the management side of things. Currently grinding my way through Reputation to buy an Alcorn, eventually for my Tank 4C. Those things are sexy. Yeah, Voxination, not a thing here. Okay, I'm not sure what to help you with there. Wet towel. So wet towel would probably do it as well. The game Max is currently playing is pretty good for introducing to the universe. Yeah, that's the big thing. Don't mod it straight away. Play one through the story mode first, and you'll pick up some of the universe on its own. Because things, yeah. Also, watch Tex Talks BattleTech. Yeah, that will help you out as well. Although Tex, as it's been pointed out here before, Tex does assume that you sort of have some prior understanding of some parts of the universe. So make sure you go back to his earlier stuff. If you run into a concept you don't understand, see if he's already done a video on it. Like if he starts trashing Comstar, or I start trashing Comstar, it's likely to happen at some point. Go find his video on Comstar. That'll explain it. Terra, hey there, MagzTV. Currently catching up on the series. It's amazing. I just wanted to mention the playlist on YouTube is in reverse order. Yeah, they all... yeah. The playlist runs in reverse, which is a pain in the ass, but I can probably actually fix that. The issue is that it means that you will never see the new videos, because the first 5 videos will be the only ones that ever display on the playlist. It's a YouTube thing. It's friggin' annoying, but I can correct that. Practice start with some classic rock and roll first, getting into that slap thing. Yeah, classic rock and roll is what I listen to most of the time anyway. Mosquito netting. No, we don't, Mags. So glad this is live. So glad to live outside the mosquito zone. Yeah, we get mosquitoes that are that large in the area that I live in midsummer, especially with the some of the rivers and water areas that we've got nearby. Because I've got a little bit of national park that's not far away. I get mozzies that are that big near my place that I'm seriously considering putting up a fucking air control tower to start guiding the bastards around, mounting a runway in the backyard to give them a spot to land. If you piss them off too much, I'll pick you up and carry you away. 75% discount on Steam at the moment. That is a great deal for a great game. If it's 75% on Steam, fully recommend. I recommend this game at full price if you're into this type of thing. If you can get it at 75% off, that is a bargain. BEX makes this game very, very enjoyable. BEX makes it better. I really enjoy BEX mod, but the game is good on its own. It's just a well-made game to begin with. The only issue is it is on the Unity engine, which means it does run a little clunky in terms of performance. Yeah. Yeah, fun fact, the cartoon is in-universe propaganda. Yep, that's what I was saying as well. It's beautiful how they did that. Right. Perth boy living in London. Yeah, lack of fly screens keeping critters out is a pain. Recently being raided by baby squirrels in search of food. Okay, that's just weird. Although we have possums jump the back fence from over there all the time. We actually leave food out for them now, so they don't raid all the stuff, all the animal stuff that we've got here. we've got like a bird bath out the back that's deliberately for the possums, and occasionally the fruit bats will fly in and pick some stuff up. Also, is there any DLCs you need to have first-time playthrough or modding dependencies? I would recommend all of them. You will need them all for the mods. The Flashpoints are part, which was what we're about to do now, is another Flashpoint, are part of the mods, are part of the DLCs for the mods. And some of the maps, all the urban environment maps, they are not standard in the game. The urban environments came in on the urban expansion. So you'll need them for the mods, I'm pretty sure. You don't need them for the story playthrough, but they're nice to have if you're going to play the career mode unmodded as well. But you will need them if you're planning on modding. Yeah, Comstar, pay your bills, or just pay your bills. A little late, glad to catch you live. Well, we haven't started anything up yet. I'm just talking shit, getting through chats, and we're about to start Yang Virtanen's big score. It's a 2.5 skull, and if I recall correctly, 2 mission Flashpoint. And how difficult it will be does vary a little bit, but it shouldn't actually be overly hard. So I'm going to let this one start up now.
It's time for another team-building movie night. Tonight's selection is a big hit in the combine.
Just waiting for the audio sound in the background to stop. It's funny, that normally clips out when you start these little cutscenes. Alright, Yang, we're orbiting Electra, so let's hear it. What's your juicy opportunity you've got lined up for us? A great, big, glittery showroom full of limited production battle mechs. We're talking mint-condition museum pieces, the private collection of one of House Davian's preeminent collectors. We play our cards right and they're ours for the taking. In short, EXO, we've got lined up for us as a good old-fashioned heist. This collector have a name, it'd be nice to know who we're planning to rob. See, you can understand why I like this mission. Mitchell Graves, he's an ex-corporate, made a mint working as an interim CPO of Lancome Davian Intratech, more than quadrupled his money by manipulating the aerospace market. For those that are new to BattleTech as well, the lit up areas, this shows up in the story as well. If you actually run into anything that you may not understand, it's essentially a tooltip that tells you a little bit of history. So, Lancome Davian Intratech is an aerospace manufacturing company operating on New Avalon. The company relocated its factory lines to Denmark after the Capellans invaded the world during the First Succession War. So you get a little historical pop-up anytime you see this yellow text to help explain parts of the universe that you may not know, which is cool, which is really cool. It's a really smart move they did that. Long story short, the guy's a white-collar criminal, he's filthy rich but otherwise unremarkable, and he collects battle mechs, but I'll be damned if he knows how to pilot one. Sounds like the kind of guy I'd have no problem stealing from, so how do you propose we do it? Well, first off, we have to get our mech warriors into the showroom somehow. We can't just blast our way in without damaging the merchandise, so frontal assault is out. If we want to get those mechs out of the showroom in one piece, we're going to have to trick Graves into dropping his guard, and it so happens I've got a plan for that. I'm listening. Graves has a rival, a man named Wallow. He's another rich asshole with a military hardware fetish, and a couple of months ago he outbid our guy on some vintage mech parts. Graves needs those components for an old Griffin he's restoring, but Waldo won't sell. You with me so far? I hope so, because we're coming up on the good part. Okay, so just last month, Wallow leased an old aircraft hangar on the edge of Cortelia City. He's planning on using it to facilitate another deal, some sort of aerospace acquisition, I think. And he's brought his Griffin components with him, presumably for the purpose of pissing Graves off. Now here's where the plan gets clever. If we were to capture Wallow's hangar and then leave it defenseless, Graves would go for it. He'd send his own security detail to steal Wallow's Griffin bits, and that would give our people the opportunity they would need to slip in on foot and infiltrate Graves' showroom. And then our mech warriors would abscond with their pick of Graves' battle mechs. It's a fine plan, but what happens if the mechs are secured in some way? No offense to our valiant pilots, but getting these museum pieces up and running is more complicated than pressing the on button. I'm not sure they'll be up to the task. You're right, they won't, and that's why I'll be going with them. Feet on the ground like I did in the army days. I'll get the mechs running and hitch a ride back with one of our pilots. It won't be my first date with the rumble seat. Sounds like a plan, Yang. I'll assemble the lance to wipe out Wallow's bodyguards. Damn glad you're with me on this, boss. Damn glad. I'll give you the mother of all high fives if I didn't think I'd break you. Let's get to work, everybody. This is going to be great. So, we're going to go flog some battle mechs. Well, we're going to flog a lance of battle mechs. We get to keep one of them. And the only thing I'm not sure about this mission is whether or not the lances are randomized. I'm not entirely sure. I know what I picked last time, but I don't know if it'll be back on the next one. So, we're going to run the Archer up front, which has been completed. So you can now see the loadout on the Archer. We've got a double plus cockpit mod, double plus medium laser, standard medium laser. We have the heat exchanger, which reduces, it's a flat bonus, negative 10% weapons heat across all weapons fired. Right arm also has a medium laser, 2 SRM6s and 3 heat sinks in the right torso. Left arm, medium laser, 2 SRM6s, 3 heat sinks. And then the legs have 2 tons of ammunition each, which should be enough to keep those SRMs firing for long enough to make sure whatever we're firing at no longer exists. Actually, MagzTech has an opening window in the launcher where you can tell the game what DLC you have downloaded and only loads the content for what you have. Yeah, Keith, but I don't play RogueTech, so I've got nothing to say on RogueTech at all. I've talked about this one on stream before. I prefer BEX and BattleTech Advanced. RogueTech I'll probably poke around with once I've completed major campaigns in both of these. So I have limited experience with what RogueTech does. But my recommendation would be to get all the DLCs anyway, especially at 75% off. Like, that's just a great deal. What is that? I'm getting a pop-up here for some reason. Ah, for God's sakes. Sorry, YouTube just popped a massive pop-up on me while I'm streaming saying, hey, would you like to run ads and do all that kind of stuff? No, I'm streaming on YouTube because I wanted to get away from random ads popping up in people's faces. Alright. I take the mozzies and the baby squirrels at the moment. I'm dealing with homeless humans issue to my detached garage. Ooh. I got no recommendations on what to do about that. Okay. Yeah, we're going to run 6-pack, because that's actually the better Shadowhawk. The 2H that we've got here with the AC5, it's actually kind of a bit limp in terms of damage, but 6-pack with the SRM6s I think will be a bit better. And it's got the small and medium lasers. We've got the Trebuchet for long-range support, LRM-15, LRM-10, 2 mediums, 2 tons of LRM ammo. It's a little light on the ammo department for such big, or for medium-sized, medium to near large-size LRMs. But I think it should be okay. And our other Firestarter now has a name. It got Magdump, after it being the Firestarter that Phantom was driving, where we actually ran it out of ammunition. The first time we've ever ran one of these out of ammo. So it's now officially got a title. That said, we do want to switch our pilots. We'll keep Phantom. There is method to my madness here. We want to run... Apex can take the Archer. Although, the piloting can be an issue. Yeah, no, we'll take it anyway. Apex can take the Archer. We'll run Archangel in 6-pack. And we'll run... No, we'll run Drill Bit in the Archer. High piloting skill, he'll make up for the distance. And we'll run Apex in the Trebuchet, because he gets a bonus to LRM clustering, as I recall. Yes, +2 LRM clustering. Apex is being trained up as our precision pilot for the LRM launcher. So, that'll be our lineup. Now, the reason is, there's 2 missions in this, as I recall. The first mission, the B team goes and takes out the security guards at the base. Then you switch to the second mission. The second mission, you need to have 4 pilots ready to rock and roll, because those pilots will be the ones that actually actually driving the mechs that we're going to steal. We don't actually get to pick the mechs on that one, only the pilots. And so we're dealing with mechs that we're not super. Hang on a second. No, that's right. Sorry, I was just having a brain blocky. Running 2 saves, I was thinking, I'm missing a pilot. Why am I missing a pilot? No, I'm not missing a pilot. That's okay. Yeah, we want to make sure we've got at least 3 of our better pilots for the mechs that we're going to be not super familiar with when we're running them. So we'll run Tango in the second mission, because we're going to be running Claymore and Cerberus. And between those 2, with the mechs that are available, we should wreck shit. So that'll work. Yep, mag dump. We got mag dump for it. It's the first time I've ever ran one of my 6MG fire starters out of ammo. It's never happened before. That last mission that we did on the last stream, I actually ran the fire starter out of ammunition, which I didn't think would be possible, but holy shit, we actually did it. So it needed a name, because it was still called fire starter. So we've got lead spitter and mag dump. And I think it's appropriate. Something in honor of that moment when, you know, you run out of 50 cal ammo. Isn't this the the Flashpoint where you can choose between medium or heavy mech? I think you get the option of stealing a lance of light mechs or a lance of heavy mechs. Now, I know last time, one of the heavy mechs was a dragon, and the other was a catapult. And I took the catapult because I think it was the C4 variant, which is the one with the LRM-20s, like the one that is purpose-built for LRM-20 carrying. It's the best variant of the catapult for fire support. I don't know if that lance is randomized, though, so I have no idea whether or not the catapult and the dragon will actually be in it again. But they were 2 of the mechs that were in there. I think they were all heavies. There was a lance of 4 heavies, and the catapult and the dragon were the 2 that stood out the most. And I never looked at the light lance. The hangar's just ahead, Commander. We're picking up a lot of battle mechs activity up front. Unknown battle mech lance, be advised you're trespassing on protected territory. Turn back now, you'll be destroyed. So much of the element of surprise. It's do what we came here for, Connor. Take him out and capture that hangar.
Try not to fall down. Don't want sand and dust clogging your joints.
So we've got a large wall that is completely open on this side. I assume the highway here is supposed to be... That's a highway, but I'm assuming that they are supposed to be the representative for the runway. They said a hangar, so you would assume a hangar would have a runway on it. Unless it's VTOL. But regardless, it is what it is.
Got it.
Rolling.
Bring everybody forward. I don't actually have to bring the trebuchet most of the way out. Its primary job is just to lob LRMs. The big one...
You got it.
This is why I've put Phantom in and didn't save him for the others. I need my good scout pilot. It looks like we're...
Coordinates received.
I don't want to leave the trebuchet too far back, because then it'll be too far away to provide support. But I'd like to find some cover. Maybe get into these trees over here will be the go.
Awaiting orders. Wilco?
Maybe that'll be the go. I turned my Grasshopper into a lead spitter Mark II. I'd love to see what you could do with that kind of an upgrade. Yeah, I'll probably, when I've got the tonnage to actually play around with, we'll get experimental. It's at the moment my builds are entirely based around my tonnage limitations. This is why I'm taking one of the best long-range fire support mechs that you can get and turning it into a close-range brawler. It's a simple case of I've got nothing else. I've got eyes on the hangar commander, and what's more, Farah's gotten me access to Wallow's internal security cameras. They weren't even encrypted. For a security company, these SSI people aren't very good. You can say that again. I'm taking a look inside. Wallow's got something big in there, but I can't make it out. Oh wow. Don't leave us in suspense, mate. Suspense, mate. What are we looking at? A thing of beauty, EXO. He's got about 80% of a Galliardo Industries Achilles up on blocks in there. It's an absolute monster of a dropship, more than twice as big as our Leopard, and it's armed like a warship to boot. Can we flog that? Then we should be relieved it's up on blocks. Let's go and show this, let's get this show on the road. Sooner or later we'll wipe out Wallow's guards, and sooner we can move on to Graves' showroom. Yeah, I'd be more interested in stealing the dropship, personally. But
Acknowledged.
that's just me.
Copy that.
Alright.
I'm rolling.
Are we looking to avoid marathons this time? Well, it should only be 2 missions for this one, as I recall.
You betcha.
Moving to position.
Trebuchet, we're going to get over to here. But yes, we are looking to
Affirmative.
avoid marathons. Although we're not that bad. It's only 12:40 when we're in the first mission, so I got a couple of hours. As I said, I've already slept today, so we're just throwing me out of whack. Now, I'm just going to send a fire starter over here just to have a quick look off in this direction. I'm actually a little concerned that we have not encountered a mech yet. Well, 6-pack this way.
On my way.
Trebuchet can brace.
Roger that.
Phantom can brace.
Heads up, Commander. You've got hostile contacts in.
Here they are. God damn it. Hide user from channel.
Confirm.
YouTube, get a proper ban button. That bot shouldn't be an issue anymore. Alright, so we have at least 3 mechs on the ground. I'm just going to do a standard move
Copy
up
that,
the
Commander.
wall here with the fire starter, because I can jump around to get on their flanks, but I want to use sensor lock. And it won't let me sensor lock them, so that was a wasted move.
Yes, Commander.
Who
I'm
else
here.
have we got? Yeah, I don't particularly want to front up to them straight away, so we're just going to brace. We'll let them
Stabilizing and
have their
bracing.
shots.
Aye, aye.
Pick our angle on the LRMs and brace. Here they come. Are they going to jump the wall? No jumping
I
the wall.
hear ya.
Alright.
Don't need to tell me twice.
Ideally, we want them both to come down here. Or all 3 of them to come down here and then engage them on the corner. Alright, we have 4. We have 4. Alright,
Ready to
Phantom.
rock. Roger that, Commander.
I think you need to go to the user's channel to block properly, Mags. Yeah, that shouldn't be that difficult when live streaming. If I have to tab out and start going through tabs in order to find out where the ban button is, that's... If I'm going to put a complaint in for YouTube, that'll be one of them.
Got a lock.
Alright, so they got a blackjack.
They will be done.
Apex. Welcome it.
Target confirmed.
Commander.
And we are going to just brace again. We don't have
Roger.
to worry about the
Venting heat
blackjack
and
jumping walls
stabilizing.
too much. It's going to come down here. I want it a little bit closer so when we walk around the corner, we can shoot it straight in the face.
Waiting for orders.
Which, not quite there just yet. A little bit further. We're going to be fronting 4 mechs with 2, so I want a little bit better setup. We're just going to brace for a little longer.
Cooling.
After learning that the Argo sister ship left with the Exodus, I'm curious on which clan is in possession of her. I'm going to guess Clan Wolf if it didn't get scrapped for parts. Yeah, that's a hard thing to know.
Yep.
Like the lore for the Argo was written for this game, so there's no lore beyond that. There were 2 ships built. Argo is the second. And while it's never outrightly said, because obviously we're not supposed to know, it's got a Griffin. Centurion. God, I'd like some salvage on these. I'd like to take these as well. While it's never outrightly said, it's implied that the first ship just sort of dropped off the books and disappeared. And the timing is all around the just prior to the start of the First Succession War. And it's pretty clear as you go through the storyline, and this is why I think it's important to play through the story, that Argo is a pathfinding ship. It's what it's designed for from the ground up. It is a purpose-built, long-term exploration vessel designed for examining star systems and being able to carry and service mechs that can be used for recon duties, and possibly even air attacks as well, with support for multiple. Like, we've only got 1 Leopard on Argo. Argo's got 2 docking ports. It's technically supposed to have 2 Leopards on each side. Oh, well, 2 Leopards, 1 on each side. Air attack fighters on board, or recons, shuttles, as well as a full contingent of recon and mechs for exploration purposes. And that's what it is. It's a Pathfinder. So you could make some logical assumptions, but I don't think any further lore is written on what's actually supposed to have happened to her.
Commander?
Alright, let's... Griffin, we can only rain on one of them, so let's rain on the Centurion.
Copy that.
Yeah, notice Clan Wolf gets most of the cool stuff. Well, that was cheeky.
Not much armor left in that location.
Well, if it's going to be like that,
Good to go.
fine. Here I'm saying there's not much worry about the blackjack jumping
On
around
my
the
way.
wall. And of course it jumps the wall. Fine. Precision strike.
Commencing Alpha Strike.
Alright, take it down the wall. Oh, we got a dervish. The dervish was a power flight. There's actually a fair amount of tonnage in this. And we are not in a good position for this. Alright,
Standing by.
Apex. Almost all of the frontal armor of the blackjack in a single shot.
Taking the shot.
Alright, so that went
What are your
internal.
orders, Skipper?
Gonna get access to the shield arm. What can I get access to if I jump? Not much. Not much. Alright, so we'll go for 4 pips. And we'll let the fire starter handle the Centurion behind the back. Next turn we can jump it over. Looks like the Griffin's going to stay out to try and fight the fire starter, which is good.
I'm receiving you.
Archangel shirt front will take out the blackjack. Keep focusing on it.
Firing all weapons.
To the gyro.
Scored a critical hit.
The Argo is the real hole with BattleTech. Realistically, Comstar would have descended on the Argo since it's a living relic of SLDF stuff. No, not necessarily. The Argo was built in the time when the SLDF was in, and the SLDF was likely the, well, it is. They were the ones that purchased it. We know that. But the Argo class, or whatever the class was called, whatever its first, because a class is generally named after the first ship, not the second, and we know that Argo is the second ship. So it's not at the Argo class, it's whatever the name of the first ship was. So whatever the class was simply prototypes built by Boeing Interstellar. They were never accepted into SLDF service. They are not SLDF ships. Which means they actually fall under the same kind of a thing as the majority of, well, basically every single spaceship in the BattleTech universe. Every single jump ship, every single drop ship, every single transport ship dates back to the Star League era, at least. Some of them predate that. There are ships in service, jump ships in service, that have been in service since the Terran Homogeny. So if Comstar was aware of the ship and knew what it was, yes. But the ship wasn't an SLDF ship. There were two built. They were both prototypes. They were privately ordered, most likely by Kerensky himself. One of them was collected as soon as it was completed, and the Argo was scuttled. They were never actually a Star League official class. It was a purpose-built ship because the Star League Defense Force did not have a deep space exploration pathfinding vessel. So it comes down to a simple matter of, was the Star League aware of what Kerensky was building in order to be able to perform the Exodus? And considering that even Comstar didn't know where the Exodus fleet went, they probably didn't know the makeup or the exact class or what the pathfinding ship was. Alright, so we need to probably pull. Even with all the heat sinks in this thing, it still runs hot on a desert world. That just keeps us under. We're not keeping any of these, so if I drop the precision strike here, we can just take.
Here
this
we
will be
go.
enough. They should just... Yeah, there it goes. That's the blackjack out of play. We don't have to worry about it anymore. What's the point of this wall if everybody can jump it? Well, it's to keep the mechs that can't jump out. It just appears that they brought jump-capable mechs for everything. I'm in trouble, because I've only got one mech that can jump, and that's the Firestarter. So,
Confirmed.
I'm going to have issues with the wall. Now they're all on the other side of it. Well, I can shoot him, because he's on top of it, but that's it. Now... Oh yeah, that's cheeky as shit.
10-4.
Straight into the back of the pack. And just unloading the rear armor of the Centurion. I was actually thinking, ooh, AC-10 ammo explosion.
That is something good.
Sorry, there goes your big gun. I do like Centurions, but
Commander?
yeah, this one's trying to kill me, so I don't like it that much. Alright, so best shots are actually on the... we're targeting? Yeah, targeting on the Centurion at the moment, so we might be able to rip off that
Target
shield
locked.
arm too. But to be honest, Comstar would come knocking to the point when you find out about the data for the SLDF weapons depot. Well, again, not necessarily. They've got to know about it. Comstar has a lot of information, and Comstar has a lot of control. But they don't have a lot of control in the periphery, which is where the entire first game is played, or the entire main campaign is played. They do have some, but not a lot. They're a little blind in that area. And they don't have agents on every single ship and in every single mercenary company in the entire inner sphere and periphery region. So the only way they can find out about about anybody fighting... This is why Star League Defense Force stuff gets transferred around, and why information does get out, and why certain pieces of technology do get picked up, because they can't have eyes everywhere. Yeah, you find out about the computer and the information that's on board. Your company found the ship. Your company restored the ship. Your company cruised the ship. Your company found the computer that's on the ship, and Star League was, and you're completely in the periphery, and Comstar was never involved. They've got to know to be able to do something about it. The Tippets. When Comstar went into the periphery to destroy the Tippets, the only reason they knew about it is because a bunch of people started sending HPG messages back and forth about how they found an SLDF battleship, and mentioned it by name. If nobody actually talks about it, and I'm removing that bot again, god damn it. Yeah, if nobody knows about it, they don't know about it.
Standing by.
And that's essentially the I don't have a problem. I don't see Comstar as actually being a plot hole in regards to the Argo, because I can't see any reason or any way that Comstar would have been aware that it even existed. And since it's a Boeing Interstellar prototype, and it's not listed as an SLDF ship, like, why would they even look at it in the first place? It's not officially listed as even as a Pathfinder. It could be a prototype cargo ship for all they know. They have no clue what it is. And it's some backwater mercenary company that's floating around, bolting it back together while they're flying it from a wreck. It's not armed. The key signs for any ship that they would be really interested in: if the ship had its own HPG uplink and wasn't reliant on jump ship or ground-based HPG uplinks, they would be interested in it. If it was armed, if it had weapons, that makes it a warship. They'd be interested in that. That would really get their attention. The Argo isn't armed. It's actually made very clear in some of the event pop-ups that Argo has no ability to defend itself. One of the particular ones is when it gets attacked by pirates. If you want to get a defense shot on that particular mission, you've got to launch the Leopard and use the Leopard as an escort on the Argo, because the Argo has no guns whatsoever, and it does not have a HPG uplink. It's reliant on ground-based stations and the jump ship. So the key things that would trigger them off that this might be something worth looking at aren't there. So unless somebody tells them, they ain't gonna know shit. And this is essentially how the entire inner sphere manages to keep its supply of SLDF technology away from Comstar.
Moving to position.
Every single group that has it just doesn't talk about it. Yeah, they treat it like your mum's dildo collection. They just do not mention it at all under any circumstances. You know it's floating around, but nobody says it.
Aye, aye.
Right. Apex.
Ready to rock.
Let's... Who are we going to shoot? No, we are not moving. We are shooting, because we have no need to move this. We're going to rain on this Centurion again.
Affirmative.
Right. Is the story mode the one with all the cutscenes? Yes, and the cutscenes are beautiful. The cutscenes in this I love as well, for the same reason I love the cutscenes for Homeworld, which I may play on stream sometime soon. Oh, speaking of streaming stuff, for those who didn't catch the... might actually We don't want to blow too much heat here, but I want to make sure I get most of my forward armor forward. For those who may not have catched the tweet or the comment on Discord, my Starlink order has gone in. So I should have, on the current waiting list, at least as I understand it, not 100% sure on this, but at least as I understand it, I should have Starlink here in anywhere between 2 to 8 weeks. Which means I can start streaming some other stuff besides BattleTech as well. I'll finally have a connection that's reliable. I'm going to have to order it from the States. But at least I know it has encryption that even the Russians haven't been able to break at this point, but yeah, that's been ordered. But yeah, it's all the cutscenes in BattleTech
Damage minor.
Essentially done on the concept art, and it's beautiful. I think it's one of the best ways to make a game almost timeless, simplified art styles, which this isn't terrible. Like, this is going to look good in 10 years. It's not going to look any worse than it does now. This is pretty straightforward. There's nothing flashy about it, but it'll be fully functional and working in 10 years. And those cutscenes are going to age beautifully. They're always going to look good because they're all concept art. They're all hand-painted. They're digitally done, of course, because that's all concept art is digitally done now. But, you know, they're all hand-painted concept art. So it's always going to look good. And we'll... Six-pack's actually getting close to heat tolerance as well. We'll do another slam into this dervish and see if we can break
Firing
off
on
the
target.
Structure exposed. Alright, foot destroyed. We're getting through the leg. That's alright.
Inflicted some heavy damage.
Does Comstar ever get mentioned in Vanilla BattleTech campaign at all? Nope. Oh, they might get mentioned once or twice in passing as just existing, but they don't show up in the slightest. Comstar has very limited tolerance in that part of the periphery in general, because it's not far from Turian space, and Turian has... the Turians think of Comstar in much the same way as they think of most things in the Innersphere, and that's not well. Generally not well. Very, very low tolerance. Alright, let's cook this thing. Maybe not. Pull that medium laser out, it's only 77%. We'll take the 82s, we'll run the 72s on the SRM6s. And let's see if we can smash this dervish's leg.
Firing on target.
Right arm destroyed, we hit the head of the pilot.
Critical hit, Commander. Come on, Neck Warriors! It's go time!
Yep.
We're gonna move. Get in the back of the Griffin. I kind of want to keep going on that the Centurion, but I'm not going to be able to keep the evasion pips up. So we're going to jump over the hill and dump into the rear armor of the Griffin as well.
I'm on him.
LRM-10 crit, good.
Inflicted some nasty on that sumbitch.
Argo isn't armed in the game. When it's canonized in House of Rano, the Aragon Coalition source book, it was given 12 medium lasers and 4 large lasers. Yeah, that's... medium lasers and large lasers like that are the kind of weapons that are generally used against light strike stuff. Comstar has no interest in that. Damn near every cargo ship has mech-rated weaponry on it. They get concerned, or they get interested, when it starts having warship-rated weaponry on it. They don't care about mech-rated large lasers or medium launchers or medium lasers or that kind of stuff. Anything mech-rated, they really couldn't give too much of a toss about on any ship. When they start getting things that can crack open jump ships or potentially fire ordnance that can hit the surface of a planet, that tends to raise their eyebrow a little bit, because that starts challenging their area. Only they're allowed to blow up stuff like that. You're not allowed to blow up stuff like that, so that gets
Standing
their
by.
attention. Mech-rated stuff is... Whenever I'm talking about weapons on a jump ship, or weapons on a drop ship, or weapons on anything like that, you know, the Comstar could be interested in, I'm referring to warship-grade weaponry. And, yeah, that will get their attention very quickly. But they will do all kinds of unspeakable things in order to make sure that that nobody but them has access to the warships, or they can limit the control or usage of warships as much as possible.
Commander?
Because yes, Comstar does have warships. They have what remains of most of the SLDS warship fleet, and they do put it to use at part of the story as well. During the sort of the civil war between Comstar and what becomes Word of Blake and the Jihad era, they put some of it to use. They crack open a couple of planets, actually. They do exactly what they've been telling everybody else that they would do if they got access to the tech, which is well, it's very Comstar.
Affirmative.
Alright, so we're going to bring these two around the wall because they're both on the edge of roasting themselves and need a moment to cool off. And it seems all the other mechs are
Good to
just
go.
not interested in coming over that wall now. I think they might have realized there's an archer on the other side with
Got
SRM6s
it.
and decided that maybe staying on the other side of the wall is a good idea. Azana, wait, you're getting a Comstar service? Yes, I am getting Elon Musk's space internet because I have done the service tests on this side, and basically I have no options. I was hoping I might, you know, last ditch to stave stuff in Australia is maybe get 5G service here, but I've basically confirmed at this point that the area that I'm in won't get 5G service for at least another 2 years minimum, so I'm stuck with this now. They are not rolling a fiber cable through my neighborhood
Awaiting
at
orders.
all, under any circumstances. So that's out as an option. I could pay to have the fiber cable rolled out, but all costs put together would be $18,000. Or I could get them to roll the cable out to me for free, but I'd have to sign up for a 24-month commercial-grade internet connection that would come in at absolute minimum $350 a month, which is completely unfeasible. Which leaves the only option of me getting non-shit internet and being able to stream more reliably, perhaps even daily, and be able to stream things that are a little bit more complex than BattleTech
Take
as well,
that.
is Starlink. That's it.
What are your orders, Skipper?
There's nothing else. Because NBNco is too shit to actually provide decent service for anything else. So that's all I've got. So hopefully it works as well as has been described. I've heard really good things from people I know who have it. I'm just hoping that it's as good as they say it is. Because that's what I'm going to be on for at least the next 12 months. 12 to 24 months at least. Alright, so 3 evasion, 3 evasion, 3 evasion. I can get the side armor of the Centurion from there. I can only get 3 pips.
I'm there.
The upside, at least here with these guys, you can see that dervish is overheating. That's why it's not moving at the moment. It's cooking itself down. The Griffin is damn near glowing, and the Centurion's not doing much better either. So they're overheating just as bad as I am at the moment.
Locking off.
None of
All
us are
weapons
built for
distant.
the hot temperatures. LRM ammo explosion? That's a
Ha,
Centurion.
You like
That's a Centurion just about disarmed, actually. You know, boom, tish, it shot off both its arms, but I mean that literally. I think it might have a medium laser left. That's
that?
about
You
it.
need me to hold
Maybe
still
2,
for you?
depending on
Yes,
its
Commander.
fit.
Confirmed.
G'day, Twiggy. Nailed this dervish a little more. Right torso destroyed, hip destroyed. I'm amazed the legs didn't come off. They've had no armor for ages now. I'm happy to be able to capture stream. Yeah, happy to be able to do another one. Tell, lies and slander. Turians don't think. The Turians are hippity-hoppity, get off my property to just about anything from the inner sphere. Yep, that is about correct.
Commander?
Pretty good reason, too. Like, they've...
Coordinates received.
In the BattleTech game, I am not super fond of the Turians. In the overall lore, well, they're arseholes. They are. But they're arseholes that I can completely sympathise with why. I mean, they've gotten the raw end a couple of times. I can kind of get why their attitude to the inner sphere is less than cordial. I get it. I don't think we're going to need all the launchers. That should be... Yeah, we'll just keep 2 just to make sure we got the damage on. This should break something. Yeah. Yeah, that dervish got up there. I think we blew off its jump jets once it got on the wall. And I think we might have taken a few heat sinks with it, and it just immediately overheated and has been just stuck on that wall, unable to do shit for the rest of the time.
Yes, Commander.
He has had a bad day. Kind of like the Centurion, just constantly getting rained on by LRMs. Get out of your mech.
Scored a critical hit.
Panicked, knocked down. Pilot incapacitated. Alright, we knocked out the pilot in that, so that's the...
Skipper.
Only the Griffin left to go. We're actually going to do a wide sprint full speed. Just for one turn, because even the fire starter is starting to throw a heat shimmer at this point. The Jihad era of BattleTech stuff I need to do some more reading on. I've mostly been doing stuff in the Dark Ages and the Clan Invasion. I was never fond of the Dark Ages or the... They did some shit. And they were not afraid of killing entire planets' populations in order to keep certain things quiet.
Waiting for orders.
Not to spoil too much, but yeah. Both Word of Blake and Comstar considered mass genocide as a viable option for keeping certain things not public. And they demonstrate it. They are also responsible, technically both are partially responsible for building, technically both are partially responsible for building one of the very few super weapons that show up in the BattleTech universe, so...
Affirmative, Commander. Firing.
Get through that rear armor. Yes, gyro destroyed. He's about to fall down now. Very curious. While I'm lucky to have access to 5G in Germany, and I know for worse coverage than Afghanistan, Warstone, and Kazakhstan, almost empty. Yeah, the 5G coverage here is mostly around cities. There's a couple of rural areas that are getting it, and its speeds are comparable to Starlink, and it's a little bit cheaper per month, which is why I was holding on to maybe picking up 5G instead of the option. But I was doing my investigation into it, and I basically got told that we are... the service would only be available through Telstra, which I don't like Telstra. They're kind of like AT&T for Australia, for those that are in the States. But worse than that, they will not be rolling out 5G services into my region for at least... Well, they didn't actually have a plan. There's not even a guarantee it'll be 2 years. It was there are no plans at this time, and their plans extend out for at least 2 years. So they have no current plans on the books for at least the next 2 years to roll it out. In 2 years' time, they might still not roll 5G out. It may not enter this area at all. It might be 3 or 4 years out from there. So
I'm ready.
I just don't have any other viable options. If I want to stream more, and have a net connection that,
On my way.
you know, is simply more reliable. This is
Engaging
it.
target.
It's basically going to double the cost of my internet. So you can expect to see a lot more streams, guys. I'm going to be streaming damn near daily once it arrives because I need to warrant this thing now. But at the very least, it should solve the problem. The Turians were the butt end of the reunification war. Yes, they were. And they've been taking it personally for a very long time. Well, your stream is big enough to be bot targeted. You've made it, mate. Don't celebrate too hard. I've seen streams that have near no viewers that still get bot targeted. The bots are fairly indiscriminate.
Right, Commander.
The bit that annoys me is this Griffin is just not going to give me its rear.
That's a critical hit.
So it's probably going to be Phantom's job to chew through the rest of
Yup.
this thing at the moment. This might be a mistake, but we'll take Precision Strike straight into the lower back. Most of it's gone. This should kill it.
Accuracy through volume of 5.
There it is. Right. Cool. Leopard inbound, Commander. I'll be touching down directly. Kind of a shame we can't yank some of these off the field. The hangar is defenseless, and it looks like Grievous is taking the bait. Long-range sensors are picking up activity out by his showroom. That's my cue then. I'll get a Lance of Mech Warriors together to infiltrate the showroom. Incoming transmission. I don't understand you people. You've captured my aerospace hangar and now you're what? Running away? Looks that way. Word of the wise. Grievous' security team will be coming along any second now, and if you don't want them tearing your hangar down around you, I'd recommend moving your Griffin components out to the front yard. I'd also recommend that you password protect your security cameras, because your security team doesn't have the faintest idea what it's doing. I'd appreciate the warning, miss. Call me Sam. And I notice you've got a nearby completed Achilles in there. I'm a thief, not a monster. I don't want to see a marvel like that get destroyed. That's very kind of you, Sam. Hell, it's downright cordial. I'll try to keep this little exchange in mind the next time we meet, because there will be a next time, Sam, and when it comes, I'll be the one holding the cards.
Mission successful.
Now we'll see about that. Did the stream cut out? Alright, check guys, am I still live? Am I live? Alright, now I'm concerned. Alright, no, I appear to be. It looks like I've got feed on this end. No issues on my end, yes. You're good, Max? Okay. I get concerned when I see shit like that. Alright, so it might have been just a glitch on individual end. Did anybody else have a dropout then? Alright, cool. Alright, so I'll quickly go through the rewards here. Actually, no, I'll quickly go catch up on chat. No stream interruption here. Okay, so it might have been an interruption, might have been a hiccup on somebody's... If a couple of people had it at once, it might have been a hiccup on something on YouTube's local access or something. I have no idea. That's strange. Do you have book series recommendations? It's a good place to start with the lore. Really, most of the books are designed to be standalone, so you can pick them up just about anywhere. I do put recommendations up on streams. A couple of the ones, I haven't got them in front of me at the moment. Hang on a second, I'll pull them up for you. I do most of mine via audio for audiobook, because I don't have enough time to read these days, so I put the earbuds in whenever I'm working out or whatever else and just have an audiobook running. We've got Embers of War. BattleTech Embers of War was good. Wolves on the Border was good. The Nellis Academy incident was very good, considering it has very little actual mech action in it. It's very, very lore heavy, and it is based around a bunch of kids, but it's a really good demonstration of exactly how brutal the BattleTech universe is. It's not the kind of thing that's going to show up on the Disney Channel in its full form, but it's a very good one. And the Bonfire of Worlds, if you're getting up towards the Ilkhan era, is another one that I've checked out, and that was very good as well. And they're all on Audible. They're all on Audible. Didn't the Dark Age happen because Comstar tried testing one of their super weapons? Yep. They managed to work out how to break their own network, and they broke they broke hyperspace as well. So yeah, they really know how to screw things when they decide to screw things. It took at least 7 years since fiber's introduction to Turkey to even get fiber infrastructure expanded too late. Yeah, we've had the rollout here going for nearly a decade. It still hasn't gotten to all the places it needed to, and the places that don't have it now are basically being told we're not getting it, which is why the uptake of Starlink has been so huge in Australia. Like, you should see them. Like, I can drive through even my town now, and I'm spotting Starlink dishes pop up all over the fucking place. They're everywhere. I don't know. I think Elon Musk said he's got a couple of million Starlink users or something now worldwide. I would swear there's probably a good million of them are nearly in Australia on their own. Like, there's dishes showing up on top of houses all over the place because everybody's sick of NBN-Co. We're not getting... There are people that have got fiber that are only getting ADSL speeds, and they won't fix it. There are people that they just won't roll fiber out to, like me. I'm 150 meters away from the end of a fiber cable at this house, and they will not run the cable down the end of the rest of this street. I will never get fiber in this house, but they'll charge me $18,000 to do it themselves. Like, they'll charge me to roll the cable out if I pay for it, but they won't actually roll the cable and the service out like they said they would. So, and the network that we have, then the NBN wireless is shit. It has improved since I first got on it, but it's still garbage. Did you ever finish Skyrim? No, I didn't go any further than I did on it, although there might be something tomorrow night about it. Part of the reason why I didn't have time to get back to it, it's one of those things that dropped off. I haven't played any further into the story, so I can pick it back up again at any time. However, Dead Meat and a couple of the other boys on the Discord server want to try Skyrim co-op. There's a mod that allows for co-op play of Skyrim and Fallout 4 that's available, and apparently the current version of it is working really, really, really well. So we are setting up and we're actually going to try co-op Skyrim. I thought that might be an interesting different way to play. Rather than just playing through Skyrim, which has been done 1,000 times before, we'll try Skyrim, but let's get 3 or 4 drunken idiots on there and have us all trying to co-op the shit and see what happens. It's probably not going to go well, and it could be funny in the process. Right. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, no injuries, no deaths. I wasn't expecting there to be. The Archer took everything like a boss. For all the hits it took in the front, like, it was shirt fronting most of everything there. And that is as low as it got in terms of armor. Most of its armor is still above 50%. That's why I converted it to take the hits. The Shadowhawk only took a couple of hits, and it's lost half of its armor and its torso, chunks off its leg and arm. It wouldn't have been able to hold up for that. It would have been internal. Actually, we did get salvage out of that. Oh, now I wish I was a little bit less aggressive on it. All right, well, I'm taking the Centurion bit. Thank you very much. We've actually got 2 parts of a Blackjack. We'll take that as well. And Dervish Griffin, Dervish Griffin, Dervish Griffin. Dervish. Take the Dervish. Looks like we get the Griffin as well. Cool. Alright, so the next time we run into a Centurion or a Blackjack in the field, we get it. I'll probably sell the Blackjack, to be honest. The Centurion I'll field. Centurion's a great mech, even at 50 tons, even if it's a little bit lighter than what I've got now. Really good mechs. It's kind of refreshing to have a universe that isn't loaded with super weapons, which is kind of extra special for a universe like BattleTech. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, there is only the one, and it's the one that Comstar built, and the one time they tried to use it, it essentially misfired and triggered the Dark Age and destroyed all interstellar communications, which was the primary thing that allowed Comstar to make its money, and also allowed the Innosphere to make war. It took down the entire HPG network, and again, getting into spoiler territory, but the books have been out for a while now, so I think I should be safe here, even for people that are just getting into it. You'll get more specifics later, but the way the hyperspace pulse generators, the HPG uplinks that allow faster-than-light communications in the BattleTech universe work, they work by transmitting through subspace, which is also the space, or hyperspace or subspace. I forget which one they keep using. Sometimes it's interchangeable. Regardless, it travels through a mode of space that actually has a frequency range, and it's the same thing that jump ships move through to move between stars. Well, when they fired their super weapon, they broke hyperspace for a section around Terra, to the point where jump ships that were trying to jump in to this particular space, if they happened to encounter one of these pockets where they broke hyperspace, the jump ship might still jump, but it might jump in the kind of way that Event Horizon in the movie Event Horizon kind of jumped and didn't quite come out on the other end as it was. It didn't quite show up the way it went. Didn't quite arrive the way it left. Weird shit happened to them. So yeah, the one time they built the super weapon in the BattleTech universe, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with it. And that's it. There's no other super weapons otherwise. Short of, bombarding shit with asteroids and big guns from orbit, which still technically qualifies, but orbital bombardment is a bit different. Alright, the Eagle has landed, boss. We're in the showroom, surrounded by a whole bunch of really pretty battle mechs. Real talk, these beauties are as polished as a bodybuilder's biceps. If you told me that Graves spent 10 hours a day rubbing baby oil on them, I'd believe it. Gross. Charming. Hey, we agree. Just calling it like I see it, Doc. These babies are slick. Interesting variety of chassis, too. Can't wait to see what components they're packing. I just wish there was some way we could take the entire collection home with us, It feels almost negligent to be condemning such beautiful machines to languish in moist, glistening captivity. That's not a phrase I ever need to hear again. Look, Yang, we need to get those mechs running or not? I've got it, XO. There's some fluids I'll need to pump and a few locks to disengage, but the battle mechs themselves are in showroom condition. It shouldn't take long to get them going, is what I'm saying. I just need a decision about which 4 mechs to bring online. What are our options? Well, the way I see it, there are 2 options we can take here. We can swipe a lighter lance and try and slip away clean, or we can take a bunch of bruises and blast our way out. There isn't much sense in taking a mixed lance, because in the end of the day, we're only going to be as fast as our slowest mech. So, boss, do we take the hot rods or the monster trucks? Obviously, your average heavy mech is a lot more valuable than a light is, but these particular light mechs are pretty rare. There's a Vindicator variant in here, the Avenging Angel, that I've never even seen before. Avenging Angel, what is it? Vindicator 1AA, Avenging Angel. The Vindicator 1AA, also known as Avenging Angel, dates to the Second Succession War. With only half the armor of the stock Vindicator 1R, the Avenging Angel is able to mount a more powerful engine and additional jump jets, giving it increased mobility. That just sounds like a mech that's going to get killed by a one-shot if I ever try to deploy it. Flashpoint decisions. Steal the lighter lance. We'll go for the hot rods, get our people mounted up in Graves' most impressive light and medium mechs. Flashpoint decision, take the heavy lance. I'll have the confidence that our mech warriors can fight through whatever Graves throws at us. Tell them to bring the big bruisers. We'll be taking the big mechs, of course. That's just going to be how it is. On it, boss, the monsters it is. Tell Maya to be ready. We are going to need pickup as soon as we hit the LZ. The moment Graves realizes what we've done, his security team is going to be hot on our trail. And now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a lance of absolutely beautiful fighting machines to liberate, Commander. The lance is going to need your help to get out of here, so I'll be in touch with you via comlink. With any luck, we'll soon catch the rest of you shortly thereafter. Until then, take care of yourselves, yang out. Alright, now we get to find out exactly what we're flogging. Alright, so it looks like the same mech lineup we had last time. So it's obviously not random. So we've got a Catapult C4, we've got a Thunderbolt, we've got a Dragon, and we've got a Kintaro. And they're all pretty good variants. And this is what I was saying. The mechs are locked, but now I can pull the good pilots out. So I want to put... This is a hard choice, actually. Thunderbolt. Can I... Will at least let me... No, it's not going to. I can't actually see the weapons loadout on them. Alright. How am I going to break this down? Ah, okay, hang on. My chat just froze again as well. Sorry, guys. I've just noticed the chat has just locked up. Alright, and... Second time this has happened. Yes, and you're still live streaming too. Yes, I am. Somerset House Carl. Welcome to the stream. Just having a think about these pilots here. Joanne did have a slight drop for a few moments, but you're back live. Okay, so there's just a little bit of a buffer issue for a moment. That may have been my connection. There was a storm here earlier on. That may have actually been me. The chat has massive lag again, though. No, that looks like the stream has locked up and the chat actually froze on my end, so I'm fixing it. It's fixed now, I think. I've just got to catch up. Streams for a moment earlier. Drop out for a couple of seconds. Drop for like 4 seconds. You're good. Just had a hiccup for a few minutes. Okay, cool. Oh, hey, Madden. The MK Young Show. You're 5x5 by me in Canvas. No drops from me. Thunder Rift series was the very first book series. Yep. Why on earth did you make a loss for this mission? Because of the drop cost. The drop cost. We're not being paid to do this. We're stealing these battle mechs, and this is basically our mech mechanic is the one that's organised this one, so nobody's paying us. But our drop fees are still a thing, and we're dropping over 200 tons of mechs onto the battlefield, so we've still got to pay our drop expenses. So there is definitely still going to be a bill. But that's fine, because we brought mechs out of it, and we're about to get some nice shiny new mechs as well. I have Nellis Academy on my shopping cart on Amazon. Nellis Academy was really good. It's, as I said, it's based around a bunch of kids, but it is kind of brutal. And the final fight with the... there is one mech battle in the end with a single battle mech taking on mainly vehicle defenses. It's a commando. And it shows a couple of things that mechs are capable of that ground vehicles and tanks are, and why they're popular within the BattleTech universe. Why it's not just, why do you have, the ultimate question, why do you have mechs? Why don't you just have tanks? Well, that battle actually does a really good job of showing a couple of things that a mech can do that a tank just couldn't do. It's just not possible for a tank to be able to do. And it makes the entire... I'm not going to spoil anything on that one. It's a really good story, but it makes the story, and yeah. I do recommend that one. It is brutal, though. It is a pretty brutal story. I remember playing this game on Tabletop RPG many moons ago. Yeah, I do need to actually get all my rulebooks sorted out and get Tabletop RPG running and do an actual tabletop stream at some point. I have no idea on the lore of this series, but I'm piecing it together. There is a lot of lore. The series itself has been running since the early 80s it was created, and there is a lot of lore for it, and it's surprisingly not particularly well known. There's at least as much lore for the BattleTech series as there is for the Warhammer 40k series, and it's probably ordered a little bit better. At the very least, it should be a little bit more accessible, and it's a lot less expensive to get into. The Devil Comes. Oh, $50. Holy shit, and I missed it because of the damn chat thing. Thank you very much, dude. You didn't have to do the donation, but thank you very much, man. Very generous of them. That's probably because we'll need to add a signal booster to extend the service. Got to cook for the girlfriend and me. Might drop in later if you're still there. Yeah, we've still got another mission to go here. You, DM, Bob, and Dick in Skyrim. What could possibly go wrong? I'm hoping a lot. To be perfectly honest, I'm hoping everything goes wrong. I'm hoping the stream works. I'm hoping the gameplay works. I'm hoping once we're all in the game together, everything gets tits up, we get one another killed, and it's all a nightmare, because that'll be friggin' hilarious. Mags, the most important thing to have with the MBM is a written log of when it fails, makes it easy to see patterns. Oh yeah, I've been keeping a log for years on exactly on where it goes down and where it comes up. It's fucking terrible. That's why I'd rather give money to Elon Musk and get Starlink and roll the dice on whether or not it's actually going to be better. You know, a brand new satellite-based internet, then continue messing around with NBN. Like, I've been having nothing but problems for years. This is as good as it's ever been, and it's still shit. And I'm sick and tired of it. The other super weapons I know about is when Amaris tried to use Venus Sun Shield as a death laser, but that went really, really badly. Yeah, actually, that seems to be a bit of a trend in the BattleTech universe. Anytime somebody tries anything that's anywhere near super weapon rated, it always goes wrong in the worst possible way for them. It's almost a universal rule. BattleTech is BattleTech a prequel to 40K? The way you worded that, especially the Event Horizon reference, no, it's not. But a different universe is completely different thing. Although there's a big enough hole in the 40K universe prior to the 30K stuff that's written that you could almost have BattleTech as happening somewhere around the golden age of mankind. Like, it could almost fit. It's not a prequel to it at all. It's not. But there is a hole hole around the golden era of mankind that has essentially never been written in the Warhammer 40K universe. That would be around about the time that this was sort of occurring. So I guess you could consider it, but no, it's not. It's just things like what I meant was, what's a really good example without getting spoilery? All right, so there's a paragraph that describes, and it's sort of a throwaway paragraph that's setting up part of the universe in one of the books. And a recon jump ship is trying to work out how to find its way back into Terra. Doesn't really explain why, it's just they're on a mission and they're trying to jump in. And they're doing it because there's no faster than light communications working. They're pair jumping. So one jump ship jumps, then they transmit to confirm, they do a slow transmission which takes weeks to confirm that the jump was successful, then the second ship jumps. And they're pair jumping in order to pathfind their way through, because they don't know what's happened. Nobody knows at this particular time this event occurred exactly what's happened. They just know that something's not right. Communications are down, and there's ships that are disappearing. Well, one of the ships jumps, and they're waiting, and eventually they get the transmission, and it's full of screaming and horror, and there's distortion and whatever else. And they manage to clean up the image. And what happened was, or what appeared to have happened, or at least from what they saw, and they confirmed enough that the video was correct. So the image they were seeing was accurate. But the ship jumped, and it was like when it had arrived on the side that it arrived on, like space was at different levels. So if you picture a room, like picture the room you're in at the moment, and imagine taking a knife and slicing it 3 or 4 times from top to bottom through the floor, and then raising one section, lowering another section, raising another section, lowering another section, so all the pieces didn't align, and now do it with all of the objects inside the room, including people. This is what was happening to jump ships when they were jumping through this space that had been altered. Shit was just not arriving on the other end as it left, and people inside were sheared in half by the side effects of the rift, and ships were coming out broken and warped and not in line, or only parts of ships actually coming through and other parts of the ship showing up somewhere else. And just, yeah, like imagine trying to navigate through a blender or something, I guess, would be kind of what was happening. The wiki says it's a half arm of Vindy. Sounds like it's begging to get shot. Yeah, it's it would be interesting to have in the collection and have in the dropship hull, but I'm not gonna collect that. And again, now YouTube's saying, hey, it's a good time to insert ads. No, it's not. Fuck off, YouTube. Seriously. Piss off. One has to remember that misjumps are still a thing in this series. Yeah, misjumps are a thing, but this was more than a misjump. They actually broke space as a side effect of using the weapon. Moist glistening captivity. Somebody owns a gimp suit. God. That's going to be a mental image now, isn't it? Sure, they're very shiny after you fight your way up. Probably won't be. Right, I think we've just about caught up here. Finally, apologies for the chat again, guys. Even big battle mechs in the BattleTech universe. If it's as bad as it makes a vehicle, Force all the more enticing somewhat. I see you can still play BattleTech on Tabletop Simulator as well. Yep, and you can also play the BattleTech trading card game. All the decks and all the cards are on there. I flicked through them all. I just don't have anybody to play with, and I can't remember the rules, but I used to play it back in the day. BattleTech is cheaper than Warhammer 40k isn't surprising. Games Workshop has been upcharging forever. Yep. And BattleTech also has some really interesting rules for its official tournaments as well, such as third-party models are allowed. You can 3D print your own models and take them to official tournaments, and they don't care, which is absolutely not allowed with Games Workshop. I was almost right. 8 minutes plus, but not quite full 10. God knows they have their audience by the short hairs, even with all the crap that goes on in BattleTech, and still more hopeful universe than 40k. Yeah, BattleTech universe is no worse than what we live in day-to-day life. It's just basically, as I've said here before, the BattleTech universe is just, we were arseholes in the past, we're arseholes now, and we're going to be arseholes in the future. Like, nothing's going to change. This is just how we are. So, that's it. Right, so now I got to put my pilots in something. I'm going to put Claymore in the Dragon, and I'm going to put Cerberus. Can't see the loadouts. That's the bit that's pissing me off. Actually, no, we might not do that. We might not do that. Cerberus can go in the Thunderbolt. Claymore can go in the Kintaro. Beach Ball can go in the Dragon because of the higher piloting skill, which will work better with the Dragon's top speed. And Tango can go in the Catapult. It's a C4 variant. I know what that Catapult is because I've had it before. That's got LRM 20s. It rains hell, but it doesn't have a lot of direct... It's not going to be directly maneuvering and directly fighting. So it's going to be a fire support mech, which is fine. And it's probably the mech I'm going to walk out of here with. Just quiet, because it's a C4 catapult, and I love a C4 catapult. But it's the one that requires the least skilled pilot. I think that'll work. The Thunderbolt, I'm not sure on its loadout. The Dragon's fast enough, it wants somebody with a higher piloting skill, more than a gunnery skill, so Beach Ball will work better in that. And Claymore in the Kintaro. The Kintaro is just a good all-round combat mech, so we'll go with that. So Philadelphia experiment kind of stuff. Yeah, like people fuse through bulk. Actually, yes, Philadelphia experiment is a perfect example. The ship not being as it should be, people fuse through bulkheads, just weird shit being done. Actually, now that you've mentioned it, I wouldn't be surprised if the writers who were describing what was happening to the ships actually used the Philadelphia experiment as a as like a reference point or an inspiration for what was happening to them. Yes, exactly that. Why mech over tank? Well, last time I checked, a tank can't stomp on another tank. Yeah, tanks can't pick things up and throw them either, which was use makeshift shields, which are a couple of parts. But again, I don't want to go any too much further into that because spoilers, and it's a book that's worth reading. I'm picturing some Fallout Mutant Machine Master level body horror. Yeah, just some. Yeah, the kind of shit that you would rather not go through was what was happening to them. And that was the side effect of the weapons. So super weapons tend to have... You can't just blow up a planet in the BattleTech universe like you can with Star Wars and expect there to be no ramifications. That shit is going to happen. Unforeseen consequences is kind of part and parcel to the whole thing.
Command interface initiated.
You cannot change the laws of physics unless you're Comstar. Well, Comstar tried to change the laws of physics and broke them instead, and in the process broke themselves. Like, literally. They make all their money and finance everything that they do on the fact that they control interstellar communications. Well, one of the side effects and the cause of the Dark Age was that using this super weapon broke all of the HPG network, which means no interstellar communications for everyone. So they destroyed not only their ability to make money, they destroyed their ability to be able to exercise control over the great houses. They destroyed themselves. I've looked them up. Another paramilitary team, Paladin Protection LLC. There's a name to inspire terror in the mercenary heart. Give them Hell Commander. When the AO is clear, I'll head down and pick up our new mechs. Alright, so let's take a look at what we've got first. So Tango is up first. Yep, 2 small lasers, 2 LRM-20s. So fire support catapult. The best fire support catapult. And dead sexy too. Like, catapult is awesome. I love my C4. Alright, Cerberus is in the Thunderbolt. Large laser, 3 medium lasers and an LRM-10. That is, I'm sure, a pretty standard mix.
Commander?
AC5, 2 mediums and an LRM-10 in the Dragon. So standard 1N configuration. I usually don't vary much from that. I usually pull the LRM-10 and fit SRMs, but otherwise and pack more armor on, but otherwise, that's about it. Ooh. If it wasn't for the LRM-5, that would be the perfect Kintaro. 2 mediums, 3 SRM-6s. I put the right pilot in the right mech. That thing will do all sorts of nasty, horrible things. Kintaros are good mechs. Very underrated mechs. Very good mechs. Actually, Mech Warrior 5, I've got a Kintaro that's...
Confirmed.
It's one of the rare Kintaros. Not a hero Kintaro, but a rare Kintaro. And it's fucking obscene.
Coordinates received.
Twin medium pulse lasers, double heat sinks, SRM-6s. It can drop an Atlas in 2 salvos. It's
Standing by.
all sorts of horrible. And it basically never overheats, so you can chain fire sustained until you're out of ammo. This description sums up the warp. If your Gellerfields fail, Space Hulks are famous for being many vessels of different sizes being melded together. Yeah, the warp is kind of a little bit different though. This is the BattleTech universe. It's all based on just like subspace essentially being out of alignment is kind of what was happening. Everything in the Warhammer 40k universe, the warp is... It's literally a hell dimension. Faster than light travel in Warhammer 40k is ships jumping through hell to take a shortcut to where they want to get. And the Gellerfield is the only thing that stops the demons from eating everybody on board the ship. So Unless you're an orc, where you intentionally don't run Gala fields, because it means you get to fight on the way. Well, that is a game that I haven't thought about in forever. I didn't like turn-based strategy, but I enjoyed this. It's a good game. It's the management side really makes this. It's not just it's got great tabletop, or at least tabletop inspired. They're not fully there, but at least it's got great mechanics. But the management side of this is really well done as well, and that's what makes it really interesting. Ooh, sensor lock's coming in. Okay, not good. Let's get the Kintaro out. The management and the events. Trebuchet. Alright, we have a trebuchet. What's the heat loading on this? We can get the LRMs on this one.
Engaging target.
Just firing them because we've got them.
What's up, boss?
Now. Kintaro was also very Draconis Combine. Yes, it is. But it's one of those mechs that I'll forgive. It's just... It's a very, very good mech design. And it's a nice looking mech too. So it's one of those I'll forgive where it comes from. Although, to be honest, I don't hate Draconis Combine that much. I just...
Acknowledge.
They can be a little arrogant. I definitely take them over the Capellans every single time. So apologies if this is a dumb question. There are no dumb questions. But why are there no melee weapons for mechs like chainswords or power fists? These mechs seem similar to Imperial Knights. There are. That's actually one of the advantages of a battle mech. They can punch, and some mechs intentionally are built around close-range combat systems. The Hatchetman and the Axeman in particular. The Night Sky is another one that have inbuilt hatchets. The recent MechWarrior 5 expansion kind of blew that out and started giving everybody claymores and long swords and katanas and shit for every mech around, even if they didn't have them or they were very, very rare. But that's a whole other thing. But yes, melee weapons are a thing. Melee weapons are a thing, and all mechs, regardless of what they actually carry, when they get into close range, my cooldown move, if I'm running my mechs close to heat capacity and I'm close to the enemy in close range, I cool down a turn by punching the other mech in the face.
Waiting for orders.
Don't fire the guns, just run in and punch it. My Firestarter build is entirely built around the concept of punching other scout mechs until they fall down.
Rolling.
If I were able to drive a single heavy mech in 3045, what would I drive?
Take this!
Yeah, I'd have to consider a dragon, and I'd have to consider a catapult. But I don't know if it would be either one. See, Warhammer is another factor. I do like Warhammers. And there's obviously the Marauder. I really like Marauders. Yeah, actually, that would probably be it. If I had to pick one mech, if I only had the choice of one, while there's a whole bunch of heavies that I like, it would probably be the Marauder. If it was an assault, it would be an Atlas. Like, end of discussion. Like, I can tell you that right now. That one's easy. I am a normie Atlas fan. want a better angle on... Yeah, let's get the Kintaro in close. Armor-wise, it's still going well. Cool. Yeah, yeah, it'd have to be. Damn it, I'm not going to get that. Alright, fine. If you're going to be like this, we'll do it this way. A and B. LRM5's on A, everything else on B.
Engaging multiple targets.
Engage 2 targets at once. Start softening up the Shadowhawk. I kind of wanted to take out the Trebuchet first, but I suppose we're going to get to...
Waiting for orders. Moving to position.
And Trench Bucket, kill it. Working on it. I'm working on it. Although it's not that bad a mech. I mean, I use one.
Got it.
Oh, I love that catapult.
Damage minimal.
What? No.
Last Mags, you may have missed it, but even though I took your advice from the last stream and bought the game, there have been some potentially game-breaking bugs present for M1 Max, which are causing issues. Really? So, as I've mentioned on previous streams, I'm not a huge Mac fan. I don't keep tabs on most of their stuff. I'm surprised there's issues with this, though, on there. I didn't think there would be any major problems. Yeah, we'll have a look, and hopefully there's some fixes for it soon, dude. That's a real shame. It's the same universe the old MechWarrior games revolved around the clans, but this game doesn't go into them. Yeah, it's the same universe. BattleTech and MechWarrior, exactly the same universe. Well, it's the BattleTech universe. MechWarrior is a series within that universe, if that helps. All right, let's just slap this Shadowhawk with this Thunderbolt. Mag's hydration check. Thanks, Rainmaker. I've actually got a bottle of water going here the whole time that we've been talking. I'm actually doing quite fine. Hang on, I missed most of the stream. How did Mags wind up with a Kintaro Dragon and a catapult? We're stealing them, Spirit Fox. That's what this whole Flashpoint is about. It's a very Australian Flashpoint. We've just rolled into a rich bloke who collects battle mechs' place, and we've just flogged all of his heavy mechs, and we've actually got to fight his security forces to get out with them. So yeah, we stole them. That's how I got a Kintaro and a catapult and a Thunderbolt and a dragon. Unfortunately, if I recall correctly, I only get to keep one, so I actually have to choose the mech that I'm going to be walking out of here with, which sucks. We're still going to overheat. I'll pull one of the SRM6s. Let's go for a precision strike. Well, I can hit. How much armor does he have? Ooh. Yeah, let's go straight for the center torso. Let's just skip the trench bucket for a moment. We'll keep dropping the catapult on top of him, and we're going to rip the ass out of this Shadowhawk.
Engaging target.
That has to have taken the rest of its center torso armor. The Marauder 2C doesn't show up in the inner sphere until 3060. No, it won't be the 2C. Well, yeah, the 2C doesn't show up into the inner sphere until after 3050. No, not 3055. 3049, because the 2C is the clan variant. It's the clan modified Marauder. The if I had to take one at 3045, it would be a standard, probably the energy build Marauder, the standard Marauder.
I'm there.
Incidentally, one that I am looking for in this campaign, because I need it as my sniper. So I can start collecting more metal. Because that thing will let me collect metal. Alright, let's rain on the trench bucket with the catapult.
I copy.
kind of want to get my hands on a Marauder 2 now in
Warning.
BEX.
Armor
Yeah,
low.
it should show up anytime after 3049.
Hey.
The clans did deploy them. They were second line mechs. Because, as I recall, they did the 2C upgrade to the Marauder first. And then
Okay,
they designed
let's
and built
go.
the Timberwolf. And the Timberwolf became the main frontline heavy for most of the clans. Not all of them, but most of them. Well, specifically Wolf and Jade Falcon were the ones that wound up. Because Wolf developed most of it. God, now I'm trying to remember the lore of the Timberwolf. The original design started with one of the other clans. Wolf collected the design and completed it, and then Jade Falcon collected the Timberwolf in Trials of Possession from Clan Wolf, and they both wound up running it fairly commonly, which is why it was the primary front line. With the Jade Falcons largely putting vultures as support mechs to their Timberwolf forces.
I hope it hurts. Damage is minor.
We've got an inbound Paladin protection dropship. Looks like you're about to have more company down there. Oh, shit. That's not good, and it's behind us, too.
Waiting
Alright,
for
we can't
orders.
mess around with this anymore. Alright, let's melee with the dragon.
Rolling. Engaging.
And you miss, of course you do, because I needed you to actually punch him in the chest and rip that center torso out, and so you fucked it up. God damn it, Beach Ball. And you've got your structure exposed now, too.
Reporting internal damage.
This is not good. This is not good. Come on, kill it. Left arm, left leg
Enemy
destroyed.
mech. Critical damage detected.
Alright,
Yes,
Tango's
Commander.
going to have to start moving up because we are about to have a dropship land.
Copy that. On it. Scored critical hit.
God, this Shadowhawk's being a bitch. Right torso and right arm
wounded.
destroyed. Yeah, that's a standard
Got a
issue
weapon now.
dragon, which means it's probably running at about half armor, because that's
What?
generally
No.
how they run.
Moving to position. Maybe things are looking up.
Shadowhawk's just still sitting there, still taking the shots.
I'm under heavy fire.
I hate the fact that Omni mechs exist. Why? Why would you hate that Omni mechs exist? Stop shooting the dragon. God damn it.
Getting banged up real good.
The big thing I dislike about vanilla BattleTech is that it expects you to fight nearly entire companies with only one standard lance. Well, it doesn't change with BEX.
I'm here.
And there is a mod that allows you to deploy multiple lances in BEX, but just to be aware, and this is, I didn't run it, but just to be aware for anybody who thinks that might be a solution, the mod also adjusts it and doubles the enemy forces. So you may get to deploy 8, let's say it's your 4 mechs versus 8 mechs. That mission with that mod deployed will be your 8 mechs versus 16 mechs. So it doesn't actually save you anything at all. We are going to disengage with the dragon.
All right, let's move.
Although, to be fair, if I ever do a reinstall of BEX, I will be running that mod, just because running 8 mechs sounds great, and it's something that I've wanted for ages. But, no, it doesn't actually make the game any easier. you will absolutely still have... we're just about to overheat, so I'm gonna... This is risky as shit and sketchy as shit, and I don't like this, but I need to cool down for a turn, so we're gonna try and kick this guy while he's down. Finally! No, only right leg destroyed.
Enemy mech destroyed.
And it's... No, it is destroyed. Okay. I was about to say. God, it's a hunchback that's coming in.
Orders? Move order received.
Right, gotta get the catapult in over here. Oh, well, that's a problem. That's a bit of a problem. I don't recall one of those the last time I played this mission.
Locked on start.
Yeah, the combat dildo is on the battlefield. The Timberwolf was developed from the Woodsman. Sorry, not Coyote. Big thing I dislike. Yep. Woodsman was developed by Clan Wolf for their first Omni. Then the Timberwolf is a second gen based on that. I seem to remember there was another clan, or at least another part of another clan's tech that was involved in the Timberwolf's development as well. There was something else that was involved. I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure there was another clan that was involved. I know that Jade Falcon got theirs through Trials of Possession. They did the clan equivalent of stealing them.
I'm here.
This is not what I wanted. Alright, so I'm going to back the Thunderbolt off. We're going to have to pull the Kintaro around and pull the Wolverine, and I've got to stay... Yeah, got to stay as far away from that Stalker, although that Stalker will have LRMs out the arse, so I don't think that really matters all that much. At least the Thunderbolt hasn't taken too much damage, so...
Firing everything.
Ooh. LRM ammo
Critical
destroyed.
hit, Commander.
That's what I wanted to see. In RoadTech, you can start with 4 mech lancers, 6 vehicles, or with 8 battle armor. Yeah, RoadTech plays more like the tabletop. RoadTech has some really good battle mechanics. The main issue that, as I've said in previous streams that I have with RoadTech, is it has zero respect for the law. It doesn't.
Yes, Commander.
It doesn't have a timeline. It doesn't have a lore. It's essentially a grab bag of everything in the BattleTech universe, which allows you to make custom battles as you wish, which is great when you're up to that stage and you're looking to just sort of replicate the tabletop experience. I think it's the closest on tabletop rules as well, which is really cool. But I like the lore, and it doesn't really care about the lore. Pilot ejected. Cool. Now we've only got 1 more of the first lance to deal with, so we've got 4 mechs. That was what I was worried about with the Kintaro. We didn't get to move it out, and we're now going to have to run it. Although, it surprisingly absorbed most of that okay. Yeah, that's why I'm not playing RoadTech on here. If it was just a matter of just battle mechanics, I'd probably play RoadTech over the other 2. But I'm a lore nerd. I like playing through the timelines and the events, and as a result, RoadTech is kind of less appealing to me than BEX and BattleTech Advanced, so I play those 2 instead.
I'm okay for now.
The enemies will keep their law-sized lances. Innisphere will have 4. Clans will have 5. Comstar and Blake will have 6. Yeah, that happens with this when we go into when the clan invasion starts in 3049. Into 3049, and we start running into clan lances, which are not lances, they're stars. They come with 5 mechs.
Hey.
It's actually, and I found this because I hadn't noticed this before, because this was my first playthrough of it, and I'd never run into Wolf's Dragoons before. It's actually a cute little little nudge, wink, wink. We did a mission, I think on the it was the third or fourth stream that we did for this playthrough, where we were working with the Wolf's Dragoons. And they deploy a star, not a lance. They deploy in 5s, not 4s. So it's 5 mechs on the field for their team rather than 4. Which is it's a very nice little elbow in the ribs for those that know the origins of the Wolf's Dragoons. I liked that a lot. That made me very happy. But yeah, when the clans actually start invading in BEX, they will be in lances.
Okay.
And if you get multiple lance deployments, it'll be groups of 5 mechs coming rather than groups of 4. Because that's how the clans roll. Comstar, I have no idea what they deploy with. I assume everything, because they're Comstar. Why does Comstar run 6 mech lances? That was one thing that always confused me. Was it an SLDF standard or something? More because they can.
Standing by.
My 4 lances was still SLDF. It was like 4 to a lance was still an SLDF thing. It's just Comstar
Roger.
can more than anything else. Actually, I should have ran you around the corner and cooled you off for a turn.
Target confirmed.
Yeah, that's right. They're stars. Yeah, the Innisphere runs. They're stars. God. They run yeah, I'm trying to remember the order off the top of my head here without looking. I should look up Starner to get this accurate, but somebody here will correct me in chat. I'm pretty sure there's the Trinary. Yeah, Star is 5 mechs, a Trinary is 3 stars, a Galaxy is 5 stars, or is it 5 Trinaries? And there's one more above that, and that's the order that clan mechs are broken down into, like the arrangement for how they deploy. So a Galaxy, yeah, so when you hear something like the rank of Galaxy Commander, a Galaxy Commander commands, I think a Galaxy is only 5 stars. A Trinary is 3 stars, a Galaxy is 5. So a Galaxy Commander commands 5 stars of mechs, or, 25 mechs.
Reading you.
I think. As I said, I'm sure I'll get corrected in chat if I've gotten that out, but Star, Binary, Trinary, Cluster, Galaxy. Cluster was the one that I was missing in there. Thank you.
Roger. Target confirmed.
God, those LRM5s do nothing.
I'm taking internal damage.
So when are you going to bust out the mech size katanas? There's... Actually, I think there is a couple... I think there's a couple of variants that might actually have the melee weapons that are available in this mod. I know it's definitely got the ones that have the integrated weapons, like the Hatchetman's in here, the Axeman's in here, and once you start getting beyond 3050, I think the Night Sky becomes available as well, which is a pretty cool machine as well. They've all got integrated hatchets. I think the Homunto Chi is in this mod, and it carries a katana. I'm just going to cool the Kintaro down for a turn, because it's going to have to go in. Yeah, that wasn't what I was after. I really should have ran the catapult out of the way.
Orders?
Yeah, get back into the tree line. I have to pull everyone back. This is an issue. This is an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I can't fire without overheating. Stalker is going to ruin me. Alright, it's 5 mechs to a star, 3 stars to a trinary, 3 trinaries to a cluster, and a galaxy is top level, so I think it's variable. Okay. There we go.
I'm here.
And that's entirely because the clans just really wanted to be different more than anything else.
Copy.
There was no real reason for them not to use the standard lance layout. They just kind of didn't. Alright, so everything I'm doing here at the moment, I'm just trying to back everybody off to the trees and start cooling them down, because we are, we're cooking here.
Yes, Commander.
Yeah, the dragon's lost all of its chest armor, though. That's... Alright. We are going to sensor lock this wasp. That's going to get rid of two of its evasion, and then we are going to nuke the shit out of that wasp.
Can't take many more of those.
Because otherwise it's going to be a nightmare to deal with. SRM's out. Although we've got the ammo. Though I don't want to overheat.
Engaging target.
Spirit Fox, Mackey's in the game. Yep, there's 3 variants of the Mackey in the game, actually, including an SLDF variant, I think.
Armor breach. Internal damage.
Yeah, the armor was already breached, Beach Ball.
Ready for orders.
That's kind of one of the problems.
Firing.
Hopefully this will kill the wasp and get it out of there, so it's not going to get into rear armor. Good. Alright, so we don't have to worry about the wasp getting in behind us and chewing on our rear armor now. So everything's going to be in front of us, at the very least.
Internal structure damage.
I have no idea how the fuck you survived that Beach Ball, but next turn you're gonna have to get bailed out. I'm gonna have to bail out of the dragon. It's only got 2 medium, 2 med lasers and LRM, and it's got nothing left. Like, yeah, it's got basically no armor. I might be able to get one more turn out of it if I sprint it directly down here and only give rear armor, and they might follow it and try and shoot it for one more round, only hitting the rear.
What? No. Affirmative.
Just not sure how I'm going to deal with that stalker, to be honest.
Locking in target.
Would be really interested if you stumbled upon a Mackie. Well, I am looking for one. I am looking for one to recover one. I don't know. Well, she bailed. Gods, this is awful. We've lost our new mech. I'm bet to hell, and Greaves gets to keep the salvage. You ever had to eject while running in a rumble seat, boss? I don't recommend it. You fought the good fight, Yang. Hold up for pickup. I'm getting us the hell out of here.
Mission failed.
Alright, that was a bit unfair. There's no redos on this one, I don't think. So that's it. We lost. We don't get the mech. So we just paid a lot of money for nothing. It was only one mech. Beach Ball survived 27 days in Medbay. Yeah, the last time I played this, I don't recall a fucking stalker showing up on the second Lance drop. I think I might have just got fucked badly. You could always save scum? No, I can't zero. This is running in hardcore mode. There is no save scumming. The second that mission completed, it automatically saved and updated the file. There's no way for me to rerun that mission. That didn't go as planned, Commander. We have to cut our losses and regroup. If we keep an eye out, we might get an opportunity to retry this engagement at a later time, so let's learn from it. Yeah, I'm running this on Iron Man mode. Sorry, Iron Man is what it is. So there is no save scumming. I mean, I could Alt F4 right now, and I'm still going to run back into exactly the point that I'm at now. So, yeah. And I wouldn't save scum anyway. That kind of voids the point. I mean, would you guys really want to watch a stream where every time something went wrong, you just reloaded the save and played past it and didn't have to deal with it on this kind of a game? That would kind of be shit. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't want to watch a stream like that. That sucks. That sucks a lot, but there's nothing I can do about that. And that's all of my pilots down. We're 11 days out. Is there anything on this planet that I can actually do to try and make up some money? We have a base destruction mission, urban. And everything else is assassinate mission, 3.5 skull in the desert. We've had confirmation from several sources that the leader of the insurgent cell backed by a Capellan Confederation is moving in the open. This is a rare opportunity to take out one of the primary enemies of a legitimate Davian regime in Electra. Additionally, we'll include bonus payment if you're able to destroy all the target's escorting units. It's a 3.5 skull assassination mission. That's almost certainly going to be an assault mech. But it is worth considering. Yeah, the entire Lance has to survive. The whole endeavor was to steal those mechs, not leave them behind. Yeah, that sucks. Tanking with the Dragon was a bad decision. I didn't make that choice, Rainmaker. I would have tanked with the Thunderbolt. They chose to start targeting the Dragon. I pulled the Dragon out and put it into that back line for a reason, and they walked around and continued shooting at the Dragon. It's not like I wanted it to be the front line. It just was the one that they chose to start shooting, because that's how the AI works. It decides on a mech that it wants gone, and then it will focus. It could have focused on the catapult, or it could have focused on the Thunderbolt, but it decided to go for the Dragon. The second the Dragon lost its arm, the AI decided it was going to go after that Dragon until it was dead. So, fighting the second Lance was optional, so the best thing you could do was finish the first Lance off and avoid the Stalker. Yeah, the thing is, we never got the first Lance down. It was the Wolverine that we were trying to work on there at the end. The only reason I focused and killed the Wasp was because it would jump behind the mechs and start ripping it open, and if it jumped behind the catapult doesn't have much more armor than a medium on the back end. It'd get through the rear of a catapult in 2 turns. Zero. Alright, need to head off for now. Thanks for the time. Nah. That's cool, mate. Thank you very much for coming to the stream. At least we can get some profits somewhere else, right? Well, I'm hoping so. 3.5 skulls, that should be around an 80 ton. It could be anywhere up to 100 ton. For an assassination mission, remember that always goes higher. A 3.5 skull battle, I would expect to see 80 tonners in the opposing lance. 3.5 skulls for an assassination mission, the primary target could be anything up to an Atlas. Flame of fire starter for the assassination. I probably will run one of the lead spitters just as a way of ripping the rear armor off. Where is the Steiner Scout Lance? We ran into the Steiner Scout Lance in the last mission. We actually walked away with 2 parts of the Atlas. Gotta love when the AI puts the team onto one specific mech and it won't let it go, even to its own detriment. Yeah, it's my biggest complaint about the AI in this game. Sometimes it won't, but most of the time, like it'll obsess over one target. And yeah, this is the kind of thing that happens. Like it's BEX makes it less likely to happen, or actually that's not correct. It's not less likely to happen, but it makes it more likely that the AI will try and spread its fire around or will go for targets of opportunity rather than focusing. Vanilla, once you have worked out how the algorithm works for the AI, it's very easy to get the AI attached to something. In vanilla, if you recall, I used to when I was doing the vanilla playthrough, it wasn't uncommon for me to get the AI attached to a mech and then run the mech away, and so the entire AI force would run and show me its back. You can convince the AI to follow something if you know. It doesn't always work, but you can do it fairly regularly. I'm tempted to do that just to make this one actually worth my time, but we're going to have to. Alright, so all of our mechs at the very least are good. It's our pilots that are a problem. They're all knackered. Good as new. Beach Ball hops off a bed as you enter the med bay. Commander, it's a miracle. I'm good as new thanks to a little-known natural remedy. I got it for a steal on shore leave. Oh, not this one again. MedTech pulls an X-ray and view screen. I hate to admit this, but somehow Beach Ball's hairline factor has regenerated in record time. It's perplexing. I think you mean amazing. Don't worry, Commander. It's completely natural supplement. The restorative power is derived from the horn of the Statford narwhal and refined into a powder. It's pretty tasty in coffee. The MedTech's eyes widen with alarm. It would be best if we continued to mod on a beach ball. Even though her fracture is healed, there's no telling what sort of unexpected side effects might be caused by this unapproved treatment. Come on, Beach Ball grumbles. It's my week to lead the daily exercise. I don't want to miss it. I've got a killer routine plan. What if the MechTechs analyze this supplement and prove it's safe, Commander? Order the MechTechs to analyze Beach Ball's natural remedy. You've got a deal. Turn from Beach Ball to the MedTech, take a sample of this so-called natural remedy and find out how it's working, if it's working. Later on that day, the MechTech visits the command center with the report. Upon second examination, we found that the substance Beach Ball is using contains a natural analgesic and promotes tissue repair, but it also has traces of several illicit narcotics. You shake your head. A narwhal speedball? No wonder she's feeling so good. The MechTech's brow furrows. Yes, you could call it that. More importantly, the natural remedy has been confiscated, so Beach Ball doesn't harm herself. She'll remain in the med bay until the side effects subside. She won't be happy being cooped up in there, but it sure beats having her bouncing around the Argo hopped up on some black market drug cocktail. Last time it was talcum powder, as I recall, so there's a couple of variants of that one. Steiner scouting is the most stealthy. There's no one left to report us. Yeah, that's the way it works. That's the Steiner scouting idea. If nobody is left alive to report on your presence, then you were never there. Swapping some MGs for flamers on the fire starter would be a good loadout if you're planning to stay in the desert planet. Yeah, but it means kind of ruining the aesthetic of my 2 fire starters as well. Alright. We'll refit the mag dump. We'll refit the mag dump. Just for this mission. It goes against my sensibilities, but we'll do it anyway. Just because I kind of like my MG fire starters. They've done a fantastic job. We will do a refit for this mission on this planet, though, because we are going to give this one a shot. I'm expecting this to go tits up, by the way, guys. I'm not expecting a good result out of this. 3.5 skulls. We're not really packing for this, but we'll do it anyway. Have to go with 4. That's with the 5, rather. No, I really want the extra on there. Frankly, it's worth more. The flamers, if we're going to be doing this kind of a build, are going to be worth more than the medium laser. Yeah, we'll do that. Did we get the catapult from the heist? Nope. No, the AI decided to drop an 85-ton stalker on us, along with a hunchback and a scout, and our dragon got completely eviscerated. And yeah, the last time I played through that, I got all 4 mechs out. I didn't actually realize it would be a mission loss on a single mech. So, learnt a harsh lesson. Thankfully, it looks like the mission might pop back up again, but the thing is, I'm not sure how long that will be. Alright, we won't need drill bit. That'll be fine. Yeah, we can go with that. Yeah, I'm not sure when that'll be, or whether or not the mission will actually be worth our time by the time it pops back up again. So we're going to do a high-level assassination mission on this one. Federated Sons Insurgent Leader. It's 3.5 skulls. There is a potential opportunity to drag out a lot of money on this one, and then I think we might... We've got a battle here on a polar planet, and it's 23 days, includes travel off-world. So I think we'll take this mission, because they'll pay our way off-world, and it's got 1 million max payout. So that'll save us some money. And it's a 2.5 skull, so that'll work nicely for our current lance weights. And it'll give me a little bit of time to respec all the mechs as well. Alright, so we are going to go... I don't want to lose any more money here, so we're going to go 211, so we've at least got the drop costs covered. We're kicking the crap out of the cappies, which is good stuff right there. And that should be enough. We're unlikely to pull any more than 2 parts of any mech off the battlefield as well, and anything else we'll do in a random roll. If it turns out to be an Atlas, we've got our 2 for our 2 that's in the hangar. So we'll run with that. So we run the Archer. We will run the mag dump with its flamer conversion, and that is going to have Phantom driving it. Claymore will be in the Archer. Now, here's where things get a bit odd on what I'm going to pick. We're going to go for 6-pack because it's the better of the 2. But I'm not sure the Trebuchet is going to have enough missiles on it to actually be worth our time. $840. Yeah, I need to reconfigure that as well. Technically, the Trebuchet is actually better than the Griffin on the current loadouts. They're both running 840 armor. The Griffin has slightly more internals, but they're both running running 25 missiles of volley on LRMs. But the Trebuchet has 2 medium lasers instead of 1 and a small. The Trebuchet is actually the better mech of the two. Yeah, no, I'm not running the Disco back. I'd like to take the Disco back, but running the Disco back, running a Disco back or a party back on a desert planet is just asking for trouble. Yeah, we might have to bring the Trebuchet. Cerberus in the 6-pack. And let's get Apex into the Trebuchet, because he needs more time on our missile mechs. That'll work. Drop looks like it might require some more firepower. I recommend we field some heavier mechs or hold off on the mission until we find some.
Mech warriors, prepare for combat.
We're dropping. Shit can go really wrong, but we're dropping anyway. I like beach balls want to get out of the sick bay. Yeah, I can understand her wanting to get out of the sick bay. Having a narwhal speedball is probably not the way to do it. I wonder if there's a natural remedy pop up when the medicine actually works. Well, the medicine actually did work, but there was no lasting consequences there. Everything stayed planet side. Unless the target has to use heavy energy mech, I think the MGs are a better option. On the desert planet, really, 6 flamers, everything should overheat. So I think it should be alright. Another possibility of the natural remedy event is that it's just baking powder that does nothing and the pilot wasted their money. It's mentioned that the kitchen can use it. Yeah, that's the one I normally get. This is the first time I've seen the narwhal speedball. Or at least on this playthrough. Mags lost the flashpoint. Yeah, unfortunately I did. This will hopefully give us something back. I'm hoping we'll find something that's nice that we can take off world with us. So these are coordinates that Davian provided, so the insurgent leaders should be in the area. Move up, get eyes on the target, and any escort you might have. What the fuck is that? I'm not sure what that is off the top of my head. Could be a Victor? No. Be too early for a Victor. Don't think it's a Crusader, and a Crusader would be too light for a mission like this. I'm not sure. We'll find out soon enough.
Try not to fall down. Don't want sand and dust clogging your joints.
Alright, so we have to fight the supporting forces. We have to fight the supporting forces. We haven't got a choice. One's deploying there, the target's on the other side. So there's not going to be any hit and runs here. We are fighting whatever they're throwing at us.
Affirmative.
Moving out.
Affirmative, Commander.
It's not a Highlander,
This
it's
looks
not a
like
Black
prime
Knight.
spot
I know
for an
both of
ambush.
theirs.
Be careful, Commander.
You
don't
it
want to
doesn't
get caught in
have...
the crossfire.
Thanks, Darius, right when I'm talking. It doesn't have the prominent hump for the right-hand side. It's not a hunchback. It seems... Victor would be too early, I think. I wouldn't expect it to be a Victor. And a Crusader's too light. Crusader's only 65 tons.
What are your orders, Skipper?
I mean, I wouldn't complain if it was a Crusader. I'd take one. But a Crusader would be too light. Alright, so we are going to do a jump to the tree line.
Engaging jump jets.
No ID on first, so let's have a look and see what our first target is. We'll ID that one with the sensor lock. Alright, so the Escort Lance has a stalker. Heads to round for Black Knight or high, yeah. I think it's a mod mech. I think it's one of the mechs that's come through with the mod, which is why I can't recognize the silhouette straight away.
I'm here.
Alright, so let's get the trench bucket back aligned.
Confirmed.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's got some pretty hefty escorts.
Firing on target.
On the upside, the stalker is broken.
Target's taken a critical hit.
Like that is not, these mechs are not fully armored. Like that's still a lot of mech. That's a lot of mech. But that one is significantly less armored than one we were facing in the last mission. So I can get through that. I can do some pretty horrible things to some of these, actually.
Copy.
Right. Let's bring it across, find out what we've got up here. It's a Javelin. We'll go for the Phoenix Hawk first. Vectored thrust kit destroyed. Hey,
That
no
looked
bonus
like
and
a
no extra
critical
jump
hit.
range for you. The game really wants to throw stalkers at you. Look, if they want to throw stalkers at me with this low health, I'm cool with this, because I'll try and pull multiple parts out of them on each one that I kill. I'm entirely down with having a stalker. The, that's going to be clipped into a soundbite somewhere, isn't it? Yes, I would be entirely down with having one as a support mech. In fact, it's the end goal. My final lance would normally include a stalker with as a support mech. Yeah, this Phoenix Hawk is just going to get pulled apart. If I can get past the invasion on it, which I'm just going to have to roll the hit.
All weapons committed.
Most of those missiles missed.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
A Battlemaster. Yeah, in hindsight, it's a lot. Yeah, Phantom, you
Reporting serious armor loss.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me there. That doesn't surprise me at all. You might want to get over near that that Battlemaster and
Orders.
but you don't have the range to jump it. Alright, you can get close enough to make the Phoenix Hawk toasty. We'll do this. Alright, let's see how hot we can make the Phoenix
All
Hawk.
weapons. Go.
Not
Critical
overly
hit.
hot. Yeah, I think the MGs might have actually been a better shot here. With how little armor these have, I think we should have stuck with the MG build, because the MG build Firestarter, if it got inside the armor on one of these things, it would just make a mess of them internally.
What now? Okay, let's go.
Let's get rid of that Stalker first, because it's...
Okay.
a niche for it. You got too many guns. Second Lance is arriving, and it's a Firestarter first up.
Commander,
Apex, rain on the Stalker again.
roger that.
Hit me back, so break it. Lower leg actuator destroyed.
Take that.
Ever get the feeling you're running a little light? Actually, I'm not super concerned yet. If these guys were all at full armor, I would already be considering my options to withdraw, because a Stalker, a Battlemaster, 2 Lancers plus whatever the final mech for the assassination target would be more than I could handle. Absolutely. No questions. With this sort of armor, we've nearly got this Stalker down. Like, I'm about to rip this Stalker a new arsehole with this Archer. Like, this is gonna be disgusting. I'm gonna pull that medium laser out. Yeah, there goes about half of its weapons.
Enemy mech.
And the
Critical
pilot's
damage
ejected.
detected.
At this armor output, I'm not as concerned as you might think. That Battlemaster is about to have a really bad day next. The Phoenix Hawk is about to have a really bad day. All I'm saying is that the assassination target would want to be in a really nice mech, because at this point in time, I might have already found what I'm taking off the battlefield, and I might have very little
Standing
interest
by.
in what they've got to offer. Yeah, let's start with Phoenix
Target
Hawk
locked.
next. Go to Phoenix Hawk next.
They're shooting at me.
Yep.
Jump then, so I can actually get the angle that I want.
Copy that.
Give me a look. Got a Victor up there, and it's again on low armor. 2 more coming through. All right, now looking at the body shape, yeah, the primary target might be a Victor after all. That's looking pretty accurate. But they're up on the ridge line. We don't have to concern ourselves with them just yet, because the Battlemaster is our next target. There it is, hit critical. We're overheating the Battlemaster. In before the target itself rolls up in an Atlas. I hope it does. Zen, absolutely. Remember the last Flashpoint I did? I've got 2 parts of an Atlas sitting in my hangar at the moment. If I can down another one and get 2 more pieces out, I've got a 100-tonner. And I've got my favourite 100-tonner.
Hey,
So, if they want to show up in an Atlas, I am completely down for this. I have no complaints at all. We're actually going to go melee with the Battlemaster at the moment, just so I've got a round to cool off.
Yeah.
Victor is a nice mech. I take that too. Yeah, Victor's not a terrible mech. It's a little light on the armor for me for its weight class. Like it's a good mech, and at this stage I would definitely use it. Oh, it's a Master Tactician pilot. Fairly rare to encounter. I'm actually going to melee the Phoenix Hawk as well, because I need a cooldown turn on the Archer. So the Battlemaster...
Engaging physical attack.
There we go. That gets him sorted.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Ooh.
Armor blow through. Internal damage.
Yeah, we have to watch that. Yeah, Phantom skiing obviously being the focus mech at this point.
Commander.
Victor Crusader. There's a Crusader for anybody who hasn't seen one. They're 65 tons. And 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm wondering whether or not that's the actual mission objective that's wandering down here at the moment. Oh, got to keep focusing on the main target, so the Battlemaster's got to go next. The Archer has Battle Fist 2 for melee. Yep, that's why I don't
Reporting
mind
critical
having
hits.
it configured for close range. Ooh. There was no ejection then. That was a dead pilot.
Standing by.
That wasn't an ejection. What was the cunt of a mech that showed up? It was a fucking Griffin. Of all fucking things, it was a Griffin too. For everything that's on the field, a fucking Griffin. That was our good scout too.
Targeting for an alpha strike. Critical hit, Commander.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Yeah, that's the biggest concern I've got here at the moment. It's not so much killing the
I'm
mechs
okay
themselves.
for now.
It's whether or not this many of them just firing all at once. They're gonna get 8 turns. 8 turns of firing on my now 3 mechs every single round, and there's nothing that I can do about that except try and kill them faster than
Yes,
they can kill
Commander.
me. I'm thinking the trebuchet may have been a bad idea now. The Victor's got to go. Next.
Yes, Commander. Go
Pull
fast.
down turn
Got
on
it.
the 6-pack, and we've got to get it out. We might actually have to... Yeah, we'll pull the SRM6s out.
Engaging target.
Shielding crit on the Javelin.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
You need to start laying fire on some of those other mechs. You'll be overwhelmed by them. Yeah, I kind of noticed. There's not much I can do about it. I only get, well, 3 turns to actually shoot at them now. And that Victor is using breaching shot. That's why it's the next target. It's got to go.
One more shot like that, and I'm dead.
Lower arm actuator destroyed.
Pull me out.
Destroyed.
That hit something important.
damage minimal.
Alright, now I actually get a
Aye,
turn.
aye.
Cool.
Firing on target.
Right here.
This situation. Taking all the hits to the right. I need to angle left as much as I can.
If you say
While
so.
still having the javelin in line. I can't afford to sprint over the ridgeline yet. Full hit on the jav and hope we take it out. Cool. Alright, that gets another gun out of there. Another
Enemy
couple of
down.
SRMs out of their turn. This is the concerning part, because that Shadowhawk is now going to be the only target in there, and it has to survive a full turn against everything that's remaining on that ridgeline shooting at it. Because they're not going to fire on anything over the ridgeline. They've got no line of sight on it now, so it's only it's being targeted.
I don't like how this is going.
SRM ammo explosion, right leg
Lost
destroyed.
stability. I'm
If
going
Cerberus
down.
survives this round on ejector, she's not going to make the ridge now. She was never going to clear the ridge in the first place. There's breaching shot from the Victor.
Commander?
And Apex can't do anything for this turn. SRM6 crit, so that's most of the
I
weapons in the
lost a
Shadowhawk
weapon.
destroyed.
Standing by.
Can't do anything except reserve.
Waiting for the right move.
I'm gonna die. Standing by.
No, you're not.
Ejecting.
Problem is, there's no point in withdrawing. Because I would get no salvage, I'll get no pay, I'll get a negative hit with the Davians. I've already lost a pilot. I've already got one mech that has likely been hit hard enough that it may be completely lost and unrecoverable. And I'm still going to be having to pay all of the repair costs that we've already got, which are already going to be close to 1 million credits. So there's basically no reason for me to pull out at this point in time. I might as well grind the mechs down and die. Like, there's essentially no downside. No downside worse than what I've already got now.
All weapons committed. Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
Awaiting
Apex.
orders. Target confirmed.
Like, the difference between paying the
Target
repair bills
neutralized.
on the mechs that I've already lost and the mechs that I've got is the difference between, you know, paying $1 million and $1.5 million. So I might as well see if I can actually
Standing
drag
by.
something out of this for my losses at this point. Alright. Victor next.
Engaging target. Reporting critical hit.
Warning. Damage critical.
I don't think the withdrawal will be in bad faith, though. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, I'll absolutely have to pay full bills, and I won't get anything for it. If I hit withdrawal, I take all of the negative factors that I've got, and I take all the negative factors of failing the mission. There's... I save myself $500,000 in repair bills. That's the difference. Alright. If Mags has damaged the target mech, it shouldn't be in bad faith. I wish it worked that way, but that's not how it works.
Commander?
If you withdraw and you have not completed the mission, you automatically get fucked.
Targeting for an Alpha strike.
Lower leg actuator destroyed.
Target's taken a critical hit.
My hope here is that this Victor is the objective and I can kill it. And I'm getting sick and tired of using breaching shot every single time. Going to be a movement game now? No, it's not going to be a movement game because I don't have the mobility in these mechs. It would be a movement game if I still had the fire starter. I don't have the fire starter anymore, so there is no maneuverability in the rest of this field. So I got to sprint to even get within gun range of the Victor at the moment. Lets me cool the Archer off for a turn. I wasn't going to be able to get within SRM6 range anyway. But it keeps the Archer in the tree line, so I get the 20% bonus. SRM6 crit.
Warning. Damage critical.
Yes, Commander. Move order confirmed.
Trebuchet is really not built for this. But let's see if we can do something.
Firing a full salvo.
Come on.
Scored a critical hit. Out of LRMs.
Really?
Warning. Armor breached. Internal damage. All weapons committed.
Come on, hit.
Enemy mech. Critical damage detected.
And here's the Griffin.
Awaiting orders. Taking the shot.
Yeah, there's no taking the high ground in this mission.
Warning. Damage critical.
Yeah, this is over. Yeah, I couldn't even get that one down.
Retreat.
I actually got a good faith. I'm surprised. I shouldn't have got a good faith in that one because I never hit the main target. The main target was the one that had full armor. I never even scratched it. So I shouldn't have even got that. Phantom survived. He's going to be out of the game for a third of the year. 110 days in sickbay, but he actually survived that. No other injuries across the other mechs. Six-pack's fucked. The Archer's fucked. The Trebuchet is fine, it's just out of ammo. And I'm surprised we salvaged the Firestarter. That kind of a hit is normally the mech was unrecoverable from the battlefield in this mod. You normally don't get that back. We got a Phoenix Hawk part. Yay! Well, this has been a thoroughly fucking depressing stream, everybody. We got screwed on the actual Flashpoint that we were doing. There he goes. No, we did lose the mech. The mag dump has been destroyed and could not be recovered. So we did not recover the Firestarter. So we lost a mech out of that as well. Sell it. I'm going to need it to cover some of those. Mech warrior training required. Yeah, we'll look at that later. You wiped the support lance, so I think you got good faith. Yeah, that wouldn't have worked on the in vanilla game. You wouldn't have got a good faith withdrawal unless you hit the main target. The support lance wouldn't have mattered. Because it was only a bonus objective, it wasn't a main objective. And there was only one main objective in that one, and that's the main target. Unless the Victor was the main target. Unless the Victor was. The more I think about it, that's the only mech that met the silhouette. So unless the Victor actually was the objective, yeah. Otherwise, that was shit. All right, let's see what we can put back together. Okay, that's just kind of a downer. Right, so. Lost an SRM4. Where was the SRM4 mounted? Is there a memo there? Oh, it's in the head. Okay, cool. Yeah, of course. Oh, of course, when it ejected. Right, weapons. SRM4 into the head. We lost the Meade laser. And we lost a small laser, which was in the arm. And that brings us back up to 55, so that's got it sorted out. So that was 170,000 there in repairs.
On it. I'll let you know when that's done.
Well, it turned out for naught. They only gave us one part, and they gave us the Phoenix Hawk. So at least we had 3 parts of that so we could sell it to offset some of the cost of the mission. But the whole point in trying to kill them all, that would have been a perfect mission. Just the firing line on the ridgeline, and there was nothing we could do about that. We could have pulled some shit out of that. So yeah, I've been kind of fucked out of gear twice in a row. Knew the last stream went too well. This is my punishment. Alright, so 50,000 to get the Archer up and running, and Mag Dump has finally met its end. So we now have a hole in our lineup. There is nothing else for us to do here, so we lose one of our scout pilots for 110 days. I can potentially shorten that if I actually ship upgrades. What do we got for the moment? No, we need to get Gamma Pod up and running, which is a 2.25 million investment to get that one running. so that's a touch much. We will need to do the power conduits beforehand, which is 700,000. The upgraded lounge is 400,000. Improved library, hydroponic garden. Alright, we're going to do the hydroponic garden and get it up and running. It's not going to increase our... Actually, I think we can get one med skill if we get the event off that one. That'll increase our medical. Now, to offset costs, because we are now running below 3 million, I am going to... store the assassin. The Griffin is... Trebuchet's the better mech, but the Griffin does have more ammo. Not going to use the Phoenix Hawk, so we're going to put the Phoenix Hawk away. We'll leave the Raven out. I'm gonna store the Umbra Shadowhawk as well, I think. Yeah, we'll store that one. Keep the Wolverine. We'll keep the Firestarter. Lead Spitter is still out. The Disco Back is still out. Archer, Disco Back, Firestarter down the end. We'll keep that. We'll keep the Raven as our secondary. We'll have to run the Griffin as our support, just in case we run into it. That's just... yeah. And we'll store the Trench Bucket. And this is to shut down on maintenance costs. If the mechs are in storage, you don't have to pay the extra maintenance fees, and we are about to run into a financial report in 5 days where we're going to have to pay for mechs. Well, we're going to run into it in the next cycle as well. And if we're operating below 3 million, I don't want the extra mechs on the lineup, because we can't afford to pay for them. That's going to cause us problems. So, Command Center contracts. We've got this 2.5 skull. We're at 2 here. That's a 4 skull solo duel. No, we won't have anything that's in the tonnage range for that. Alright, so this is going to have us go to Flintoff. 23 days of transit. It's a polar world. Can we get any additional information on the world? No, nothing more than it's polar. Okay. We will negotiate this mission. It is going to be a battle at 2.5 skulls, and they are offering us really good pay. Look at that. 312 on salvage and 579,000, and they're paying our way to get there. What's the chances of us getting fucked over? And we're fighting the Capellans. Actually, Davian's generally pretty good. That last mission we didn't get fucked over. That was just... oh, that whole lance being lined up on that ridgeline like that was nasty. That was just nasty.
I've got the financial report.
That was a harsh couple of missions, yeah. You lucked out that Phantom survived, though. Yeah, I would have thrown money down that he was dead. I was expecting that was a dead. That was a 0 ejection on a mech that I was pretty sure we weren't going to recover off the field. Total destruction. Like, that's a when you see him knocked out like that and you get the little message that there was nothing left to recover, that's usually a the equivalent in this of the reactor went critical and vaporized the mech. I think Phantom needs to learn to walk again in the time he's down. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Gets us down to 2.2 million. Harsh couple of missions, lucked out on Phantom. At least no devastating lost meat. Yeah, thankfully, losing the meat in vanilla BattleTech isn't actually a major issue. Losing the meat in this, with how much slower the XP gain is, an experienced scout pilot that has high level skills, that hurts. In hindsight, a lot of other things went wrong in that mission as well. If we'd taken the MG load out, he probably would have been able to pull down a couple of those mechs, and he just wouldn't have been there to take that shot as well. Switching over the flamers was a really bad idea. If I had known the mechs were going to have so low health or so low armor, I would have absolutely have just brought him in with the MGs and let's let him chew through the mechs. Because MGs get bonuses on internal structure, so if the armor is removed and you hit internal structure, they actually get critical percent bonuses, which is what makes the Firestarter MG build so dangerous. It's not so much its ability to get through the armor on light mechs, it's that once the armor's gone, every single one of those MGs is getting a critical roll on the internals, and there's 6 of them. And so it just destroys the internals of the mechs once it actually gets through the armor, and it will do it to anything. The biggest issue with them when you start facing heavy and assault mechs is getting through the armor in the first place. But if you can open a hole in the armor, it's just as dangerous to an assault mech as it is to a light mech. It'll destroy the internals completely.
That work order you submitted?
MagzTV is going belt tightening mode. Yep, we're going to have to, because the next cycle is going to be bad. We're down to 2.2, although this is going to put some money back in the bank, but it's still not going to be enough to get us over 3. And we've got to find a mech to replace as well. If it seems too good to be true, it is. Yeah, 50-50. Yeah, 50-50 chance on getting screwed is possible. At least we can't overheat. Yeah, I do like Polar Worlds. The Firestarters were built for those in the first place. Demoralized. Yeah, I know how he feels. Drillbit approaches you on the mess deck. Commander, you know how Phantom is sidelined in medbay. I've been visiting him, trying to keep his morale up, and, well, he's really messed up. He was in a mech that got caught. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. He thinks his injury was his own fault, and maybe you could do something. Not unless he pulled the trigger on the PPC. Argo Library, deliver some entertainment. You pick up a data pad with a huge stack of holovid chips on your way over to medbay. Phantom opens his eyes as you enter. Commander, I wasn't expecting visitors today. I just thought you might appreciate something to take your mind off things you say. Setting the data pad and the chips on the table beside him. I didn't mean to interrupt your rest. After a few minutes of conversation, you take your leave so Phantom can go back to sleep. Phantom has gained the following tags. Bookish. What is bookish? 2.5% bonus on sights and sensors. Well, our demoralized scout pilot just got a 2.5% bonus on all of his scouting abilities. So he just become a better scout. That was a good one. I sense Sod's Law isn't quite done with you yet. Prepare as best as you can. Well, at the very least, for 2.5 skulls, we've definitely got mechs for it. I'm just disappointed. God, if we didn't get that firing line...
Hey boss, we've just completed those upgrades.
Hydroponics garden's complete, which is good. We'll have an event for that one that'll pop up in just a moment that should do a morale check on the crew too, which will be nice. Mech bay. What have we got in storage in here? Because we got the 2 parts of the Atlas. Jaeger mech, 1 Lancelot. We got 2 parts Dervish. We've got 2 parts Griffin. So there's a Griffin we could have pulled out of there. Nothing up in the higher end. We never did find another crab. We only ever found the 1 crab. Yeah, it would have been nice to put some Stalker bits in here for later. Or the Battlemaster would have been nice as well. Fighting Capellans is always a bonus. Yeah, that is the upside there. Yeah, the mag dump got caught good. Yeah, he dabbed. Yeah, there was nothing left. It's possible the reason you got good faith in the last mission was due to your rep being max with them. unless something's changed with the mod, I wouldn't think so. Possible. But, yeah, I don't think so. Sometimes the mission descriptions are just lacking. Darius doesn't even have the damn intel. Yep. I just brought BattleTech, and I can, and if I can, I'll name my first mech after Mag Dump. It could be cheeky to ask what tips for a first timer could use for their first playthrough. If you're playing through just the vanilla story arc, you have a get out of jail free card in regards to the Urano restoration missions, which always give you full salvage and full money, and they pay really well. But don't just do the Urano missions, because they will advance you through, and as the Urano missions advance, the tonnage for what you're facing will advance rapidly as well, outside of the cost of the missions. So my first bit of advice, you'll get a bunch of storyline missions, you'll have to go through those, then go off and just do some independent missions. Build up your tonnage, look for new mechs, and train up your pilots. Pay attention, because you will wind up getting missions that, if you don't do that, very rapidly become beyond the ability for your lance to be able to easily handle. And if you don't know what to do, the weight can lean against you pretty heavily. You start running into stuff like what I've had for the last 2 missions, which is not what you're after. Right, so we are on a snowball here. I am not bringing a fire support mech for this one. It is a battle. We are going to bring the party back into the snow, or the disco back into the snow. And I'm going to bring the lead spitter out. Since we are not running a fire support mech, I am not going to worry about the Raven. Beach Ball can be in the lead spitter because she's our other scout pilot. And we want... honestly, as much as he's normally my LRM pilot, I want to get Apex into the disco back. Because he's got to get off 3 piloting. That 3 piloting is pathetic. He needs the time in a mech actually killing things. And his gunner is good enough to make sure stuff stays on target, so...
Mech warriors, prepare for combat.
Better scout in 4 months. Yeah, once he gets sewn back together. Interesting outcome for almost dying. Yeah, look, I suppose you've got to take the ups with the downs. That's a decent up. 2.5% bonus. And that relates to the 2.5% is not just range. It relates to accuracy and identifying the mechs. So it's entirely possible he may now actually be able to see the tonnage of the mechs coming in without actually having to drop a sensor on him. We'll have to see exactly what he can do. But yeah, play the story first for a start. At the very least, you'll learn how to play, and it'll get you through a whole bunch of mechs. So, did you train your pilots up from the last notification? No, not yet, because I know what it'll be. It'll be just a notification about likely Claymore getting high enough in the points now that he can grab his next point. It won't be anything major. A good scout pilot with a lance for heavy on long-range weaponry is a good start for new players. I tend to go the other way. I tend to recommend a mix of medium and short. Long-range weaponry requires you kind of know how to maneuver your lance to keep that range. And having a scout pilot, like running a scout pilot, especially in vanilla, where the scouting works a little bit differently in regards to the evasion,
Command interface
requires
initiated.
you really know how to micromanage a scout. And the second the scout is killed, your lance is blind, and suddenly you're in medium range with a long range equipped lance. I wouldn't recommend long range for a new player. Medium lasers are your friend. Medium lasers, SRMs, autocannon 10s and 20s if you've got them. That's sort of the area I would be looking. Medium lasers are the everybody's friend. They're the real bread and butter laser. And stick to medium to close range weapons, just for a start until you've worked out the maneuvering a little bit. Try and pack tonnage if you can. Commander, my superiors have sent me to provide support. The people will engage the targets alongside you. Once we've eliminated them, we'll proceed to our own evac LZ. We get backup. This is Argo Actual. Good to have you on board. Commander, we're under no obligation to keep these people alive, but I expect that they all come back in one piece, our employers may feel generous. I'll keep them alive. What are they packing? We've got a Griffin, we've got a Centurion, we've got a Phoenix. There's always a Phoenix Hawk. And we've got a Javelin. That's actually not a bad lance. Does make me nervous that they're giving us backup, but they're giving us backup. Maybe they're apologizing.
Coordinates received.
Oh yeah, in the story you start with the scout pilot Decker. He's an achievement. Yes, that's the other thing. Try and keep Decker alive. There is an achievement if you can keep him alive for the entire story. I have only managed to do this once, and I actually did it in the playthrough that I did for everybody. That I streamed for everyone. That was the first time I've successfully got Decker all the way to the end of the game, and I think he was the only one of my original 4 pilots that actually made it. Everybody else got killed. So, yeah, try and keep Decker alive if you can. By the way, Mag, still running a PPC on the Hunchy. I thought you wanted to replace it for medium lasers for less cooking. I did Rainmaker until the last stream. That final mission where the disco back with the Powerball PPC launcher essentially carried half the battle on its own against multiple archers. I suddenly became really attached to having that PPC available. It still looks ridiculous and out of balance, but it, yeah, I'm keeping it on there for the moment until I have other options. Let's find out what's up in there. Okay, it's a Wolverine that's up on the ridgeline that's coming around. Which is better, lasers or ballistics? Depends on where you are. General rule of the thumb, lasers are better. Because you don't have to worry about the ammunition. But you do have to concern yourself with heat. So, heat management is something that you're going to learn a lot about as you play through.
Awaiting orders.
Right, I want that ridge line. So we are going to go to that ridge line with the disco back.
Taking the shot.
Will your backup be shooting? I would assume so. Yep, they seem to be getting into it. I think it was my Decker that got sniped. Yeah, that tends to happen.
What? No.
I think if you check the Steam achievements, the achievement for actually successfully completing the campaign and keeping Decker alive, it's like 1% of people have actually managed, that have played the game, have ever actually managed to do it. It's surprisingly difficult to keep him the whole way through. It's like the game is as optimized dice rolls to try and slam him. I had a couple of really close calls, but we managed to get him there in the end.
Oh boy, here we go.
And he stayed my scout pilot the whole way through too. I was still driving him as a scout pilot, even there at the end. Although admittedly his scout mech I think was 80 tons, but he was still my scout. I never went and thrown him in the I never went and threw him in the Atlas or in something that was heavy on the armor. Oh, leave my lead spitter alone. I've already lost one of my fire starters. Okay, where's the catch? Yeah, I'm concerned, although there's nothing shocking on the field yet. Ah, speaking of crabs. That was an LRM-10. Probably a trebuchet offside. Like, at the moment, I'm the heaviest thing on the field. God, I can... Polar Worlds, man. Polar Worlds. I'm not going to, it's a waste of ammunition. But I could do 4 alpha strikes on this thing before I have to concern myself with cooling. Firing the medium lasers doesn't even register on the heat. Decker's the true bullet capture? Yeah, he is. I've got eyes on an inbound Leopard in compelling covers, marking its LZ for you. Alright, so, the catch might be here next turn. My Decker always sat in the SLDF Highlander.
Reporting internal damage.
Generally, that's where I put my main pilot.
I'm here.
Although I don't think I was there towards the end. I think I had the Atlas, and I had 2 SLDF Highlanders. Can't remember what the last mech that I was running was. Okay, so you're going to be like that. Fine. I'm pretty sure I had spare Highlanders put aside, but I only had 1 SLDF. The rest of them were all regular standard model Highlanders. The Decker achievement is named. I thought you were dead. Yep.
I'm okay for now.
I lucked out on a black market. One planet had 12 parts. Oh, that would have been expensive. Fuck,
aye.
you must have had bank in your save to be able to buy 12 parts of an SLDF Highlander. Jesus. Well, I was going to put the disco back up on that tree line, but
Copy that.
it seems nobody wants to fight there. They all want to fight over here now, so... Hit the Wolverine. 24. That's got the best chance overall. I'm tempted to just nuke the shit out of this crab while it's down here on the ground, though. Although everything is above 51%. And the Archer is definitely going to have the power to nuke the shit out of the crab, so we might just use the Archer. Yeah, we'll just do this with the disco back.
We'll go.
That's got to do some damage. Hopefully the Davian Lance can finish the job. You had a King Crab as well as an Atlas? Yeah, we had the King Crab, but was I using the King Crab in the last mission? Because I had the 2000 variant,
Armor breach.
but I couldn't
Internal
find a good fit
damage.
for it. I was trying with the AC-20s, and I just couldn't make it
Reading
work,
you.
and I didn't have the Gauss rifles to do a Gauss rifle fit on the King Crab.
Move order received.
Because I lost one of my Gauss rifles in the experiment with the Ballistic Marauder, which did not work. I should have jumped.
10-4.
That was a waste. I should have jumped. That's right, I'll jump on the next turn. Hunchback coming in. I remember selling like 300 medium lasers and 600 heat sinks. Yeah, you do tend to stack up surplus supplies in the game fairly quickly. We really can't afford to mess around with these guys too much. Yeah, we'll do this. Let's get the crab.
All weapons committed.
Structure exposed. Cappies are doing a good enough job on that Wolverine, they can finish it off. How do you get 4 SLDF Highlanders? Only SLDF stuff I got was from the campaign. You can find more. It's entirely possible to get an SLDF Atlas before the end of the campaign if you luck out. It is a little random though. And it looks like that is a Phoenix Hawk. That looks like a Raven, and I can't... Sorry, not a Raven, actually, it might be a Raven. No, I think it's a Locust. That's a Locust. I can't quite see what the silhouettes of these two are. Might be a second Phoenix Hawk and something else. The new targets are part of the contract. You'll need to take them down as well. That's fine.
Damage minimal.
It'd be nice to find a missile hunchback. Yeah, it would. The missile hunchbacks are good, although
Yes,
at this
Commander.
point, I've got an archer. So, the archer does tend to sort of
Confirmed.
negate the need for the missile hunchback. The missile hunchback is really good, though. I'm quite a fan of the missile hunchback. You know, SRM6 loadouts, you close in, you just dump SRM6s into the target till you get to melee range, and then fit out the arms with the modifications that increase melee damage.
Target confirmed.
Is there such thing as a missile hunchback? I didn't think so. Yes, there is. Generally gets referred to as the swayback. Is the nickname it has. You know, the laser hunchback is the disco back or the party back, the laser back. The swayback is the missile version, which is meant to have a mix of small LRMs and SRMs in its default build, but the general build for it is quad SRM6s on a hunchback with a couple
Yes,
of medium
Commander.
lasers.
Ten four.
Large laser crits.
Scored a critical hit.
Yeah, the Hunchback is one of the most versatile frames in the Inner Sphere. There's a variant of it for just about everything. Missile, fire support, close range, brawling. The standard variant have everything from multiple AC-5s up to an AC-20 mounted in its arm. Hunchbacks are just... It gets dangerously close to being an Omni-Mech for the Inner Sphere. The amount of shit that's been bolted onto it. The interesting one about the swayback, and the thing about the swayback that makes it stand out when you see its model, is it doesn't have the bulk on the right-hand side. Its right and left-hand side torsos are the same size, so it looks like an archer that's shrunk in the wash. There's a Hunchy with dual AC-10s, might be Clan Tech though. It is. It's the Hunchback 2C. The clans have a variant of it as well. There's a 2C version of the Hunchback, which is a clan variant. There's a 2C version of the Jenna, which is actually really nasty. Get her actually, yeah, we'll get it around to there and get into the back of the things. Yeah, catapults as well. Catapults are another example of that. Oh,
I got
there
it.
will be potentially a piece of crab in the future. Alright, now we've got to deal with that Phoenix Hawk. And that Phoenix Hawk currently has no evasion pips. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. No evasion on a Phoenix Hawk. Gee, wonder what could go wrong. Oh, that makes me feel better.
Destroyed.
Yeah, the clan versions are always identifiable because they've got the hunch on both sides. So there's one mounted on each side of the cockpit. So they doubled it over. Didn't you have a second Atlas by the end of the last playthrough? Yeah, the second Atlas I got was the one that you get for completing the campaign. Because you get the final mission reward in the campaign is you get... what's her name? The lady who hires you. I forget her name now. But she gives you, or gifts you, the Atlas that she takes from the SLDF facility as a reward. Didn't you have a second Atlas by the end? I do recall 2 different Highlanders that you had and Annihilator for a while. Yeah, I ended up putting the Annihilator in the hangar because it was just too slow.
Commander?
Good mech, but, you know, when you've got multiple Highlanders and an Atlas, like, the Annihilator suddenly doesn't become... It's not quite so necessary. Lady Urano, that's the one. Yeah, Kamina. Or Kamiya. Yeah, she gives you her Atlas, so that's where mine came from. My god, we're actually going to overheat here. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of damage
target.
for that.
Take that.
It's alright, we'll
Over
cool
the
down
red
the
line.
next...
Heat
Ah,
sink.
we got to shut down. That's alright, we'll be fine.
Reporting overheat. Shutting down.
Swayback, I've been calling it a missileback this whole time, but it just makes more sense. Yeah, well, it gets... Missileback is appropriate. It's just, you know, it's more
I'm here.
unofficial nicknames type thing. And then the unofficial nickname for it is the Swayback. But missileback is appropriate. Like, it works as a description. Yeah, the Atlas 2 from Castle Nautilus. That's it.
But that hurt.
Right, we are breaking this hunchy up here at the moment. Although, it's slightly concerning that we haven't seen what the rest of their mechs are yet. Where can we get a good angle? Kinda can't. Alright, well, let's take a shot. We're going to pull the SRMs out this round. That'll actually cool down by just firing the mediums. God, he's just tanking the damage up here at the moment. And that looked like a Raven's electronic warfare bubble then. We have a Raven on the field, I think. Control. Let's see what we've got. Excuse me, I was trying to take a look. What the hell was that? You just jumped up and down and then... Okay. I suppose you would have got your 10% bonus. He might bail out here. You gonna reject? No, no eject. Yep, it is a Raven. So... Can you let me have control of the camera, please? Apparently no. Two Phoenix Hawks and a Raven. It was a Raven and not a Locust. And the Hunchy, from the looks. Right.
10-4. Reporting critical hit.
Pilot ejected. Okay. That's that one taken care of. I'm not sure how we hit the leg when I hit the head when I told him to target the leg, but ooh, the X1. That's its electronic warfare equipment destroyed, so I'm still partial to the AC-20 punch and the OG Hunchy. Yeah, hey, all variants of the Hunchback are good. There's actually not a bad variant of it. The only issue that I've got at the moment with the AC version, with this playthrough, because of how slow it is to level pilots, I've only got a handful of pilots that would have the gunnery skill to reliably get hits with the AC-20. And they've all got other mechs that I need them to drive. That's my biggest issue with the
Throttling up.
with the AC-20 on this one. If I'm going to bring the AC-20 OG Hunchback, I need a pilot that can actually use it. And they're a little bit harder to make. Yeah, that Raven's just going to get pulled apart now with its electronic warfare stuff taken out. The Laserback's something that's a little bit easier to handle.
Standing by.
You've got more weapons to actually fire and function with.
Here we go.
Does this game have co-op? No, it does have a multiplayer option. You can fight other players in pre-arranged, organized pre-arranged matches, and select your lances and build custom lances and custom decks and set up engagements on battlefield. So you can play it like the tabletop, but no co-op, unfortunately. Kinda hoping that we'll get a BattleTech RPG at some point in the future. That would be nice. And that would be one that would be nice if it was a BattleTech RPG that had co-op. That would make me happy.
Full throttle.
There hasn't been a BattleTech RPG since the late 80s, early 90s. At least not in video game format. There's the Crescent Hawks Revenge. Crescent Hawks Inception and the Crescent Hawks Revenge was the last time there was ever an RPG BattleTech, and we really need one.
Yes, Commander.
RPG BattleTech should be an RPG BattleTech mixed with MechWarrior game mechanics. So you have an RPG option, and then you still actually drive the mechs themselves. That needs to be a thing at some point.
Roger. Target confirmed. Attack failed.
Disco back is good. Disco back is fantastic. If you can handle the heating issues, the disco back is amazing. Ooh, 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 ammo explosion on the Centurion. Can't have too much of that. You got a Vindicator as well? How many mechs have they got on the field here? Start closing in. We need to get rid of that Raven, and I think Firestarter should be able to deal with the Vindy as well.
Hey.
Right, let's just keep the sprint up and keep crossing the field. Most of our guys are on full armor, so I need them to start shooting at us. Right, I think that's the Raven done with. Love to play BattleTech as pen and paper?
Aye, aye.
Well, there is obviously the tabletop that it was based on, but there is also the original term for the original name MechWarrior, where the MechWarrior video games took it from. That actually came from the RPG tabletop rules that worked with the tactics tabletop game for BattleTech. So you can play pen and paper RPG BattleTech. There is a complete rule set for it, and whenever you go into a mech battle in that RPG pen and paper tabletop, or the RPG pen and paper game, your battles are played out using the BattleTech tabletop rules using miniatures.
Here we go.
Leg destroyed. Yeah, I think that's the Raven done. Yeah, we need to get the archer up over the ridge line. I'm not letting somebody else have this ridge line again. Or any ridge line again. 32. Probably best to cycle on this one. Next turn will be within range to actually open up with the SRMs. I have the RPG on the shelf behind me. Yeah, I've got to collect all the rest of the rulebooks for that. All the current versions of the rulebooks. I really need to start throwing some money at Catalyst.
Damage minimal.
I'm here.
Alright, lead spitter.
Engaging jump jet.
Take your evasion, jump to there. Side shots into the Phoenix Hawk. It's not going to do a whole lot, but it's about all I can do at the moment while we're still trying to get it into position. Ooh, that Javelin pilot in the middle of the field, turning its back. That's not smart. But it looks like we've got the attention of the Phoenix Hawk.
Standing by.
Yeah, I really need to get our... I need to get the disco back up as well, just because we're going to have the ridge line breaking line of sight, although it should be a straight shot with the PPC next turn from here. Get it? Actually, we can get the straight shot PPC from
Roger that.
there. That might be good enough. Yeah, 86%. I'll take that. Let's wake up the Vindy.
Copy that.
And a hit. Not a super amount of damage, but enough should get his attention. How would BattleTech work as an RPG? Well, there's humans inside of all of these. So you RPG, you're playing as the pilot. You're playing as the mech warrior. This is why the RPG rules, the pen and paper RPG rules, are called mech warrior. You play the mech warrior. And you play the universe. So you are playing, you know, think Dungeons and Dragons type setup. So you have, you know, your game environment, you're playing through a series of events or a storyline, you're playing through whatever events happened with your pilot. Your pilot has injuries, he has his own equipment, you can get into gunfights on the ground, so on and so forth, and then you have your mech battles. And when you go to the mech battles, you switch over to the tabletop rules for BattleTech, and you're playing the tabletop version to play your mech battles out. But yeah, you RPG the pilot, the mech is simply your vehicle, you're not playing as the mech.
I'm here. What? No.
And that's exactly why I think there needs to be a video game RPG as well now. Like somebody needs to work on one of those, because we have the tech to be able to have something like MechWarrior 5. Actually, to be perfectly honest, something far better than MechWarrior 5.
If you say so.
But also be able to get out of your mech and walk around inside of a city and have, you know, proper RPG mechanics where you're walking around, you're talking to people, you're, you know, visiting the starport, you're, you know, whatever. That is entirely possible for somebody to build within this universe, and it's a universe that is screaming for it at the moment. For somebody to pay that much attention. It's got all the lore to build just about any story you want to build. Any story at all. Just somebody has to choose to do it. Alright, we are going...
All weapons committed.
I think I got his
Enemy
attention.
mech. Critical damage detected.
Also, I can imagine something like Mass Effect, but you can land on planets either in the city, walk around, or drop into the battle. Yeah, I could straight envision something...
Damage minimal.
Work out the best way to describe this. I could picture an RPG where...
Reading you.
Much like the BattleTech game, you sort of have a core ship you operate from that a lot of your story plays out as. Say, as a mercenary pilot, a lot of your story plays out as from the inside of a single ship. That should work nicely. And so you'd be able to walk around your ship and see your mechs as they're being transported from place to place. Potentially interact with other crew members.
Copy that.
And then I could see, I wouldn't say multiple cities.
Good.
I could
Critical
think
hit.
camps and locations would be modeled. You got to think about how big a game are you willing to actually make here within realistic size limits. So I could see for each of the campaigns potentially
They're
having like
getting
a
an
fire
angle on
base
me.
modeled. That's not what I wanted.
Damage critical.
Got through the evasion there, you bastard.
Hey.
Alright,
There.
we're focusing on that
Okay.
Vindy. Potentially having fire bases modeled that would be the base location for any campaign you deployed on. And then having one major city modeled. And the city for a mercenary company would likely be Outreach, which is essentially the mercenary home planet. At
My
least
head.
post entry into the Innisphere.
That looked like a critical hit.
So yeah, I could see Outreach, or at least part of Outreach around the primary starport, being modelled as a location that you could go through, potentially go to mech bars, and potentially meet famous mech warriors and so on. I could see something like that.
Awaiting orders.
We're gonna get... Yeah, we're gonna... We'll take our chances with the ridge line here that's kind of blocking our line of sight. Come on, hit it.
Target locked.
Well, some of it landed.
Target's taken a critical hit.
Centurion getting in with the melee. Much respect. I might even do it with the archer as well, since we've got the... Although we don't really need to cool down any. Yeah, no, let's not do that. Let's not do the melee with the archer. Let's do that instead. Yeah, that works.
Enemy mech destroyed.
The original RPG mechanics were based on FAS's Star Trek mechanics. See, I didn't know there was a Star Trek game, so I never realised they were based on that. So, there's a little piece of information. Thank you very much, Somerset.
Damage minimal.
I think about the building codes for games. Your house needs to be strong enough to support a 100-ton jump-capable mech and not buckle.
Yes, Commander.
I'm pretty sure there are rules, or at least parts of rules, that actually allow for buildings to collapse when assault mechs try and land on them.
All weapons are go.
They're not present in this
Reporting
game,
critical
but
hit.
I'm pretty sure there are rules. Or the BattleTech equivalent of Dungeon Masters may occasionally say, yeah, no, we're not letting that happen. That was rough, Commander. Well done.
Mission
That wasn't that bad.
successful.
It was more a maneuvering battle there, trying to actually get the mechs into the right position to be able to engage. But at the very least, we shouldn't have come out with too much in the way of damage on that one, and they paid well, 520,000. So that gets us closer to our safety margins again. The lead spitter needs to be sorted out. No pilot injuries, which is good. And we have many, 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 many spares. Okay, so look at all the Phoenix Hawk bits. Right, so I'm going to grab the crab part. There's only one of those, so we can't actually complete the crab. And I'm grabbing the Wolverine, because I'm pretty sure that's 3. 2 same model and one of obviously a different variant. So we should have a complete Wolverine there, which we're going to sell. We don't need another one of those. No spare parts on the Vindy. No spare parts on anything else, really. There are 3 Phoenix Hawk parts on the field. 2 parts of the Raven. What else have we got here? 2 large lasers. Double plus medium with plus 10 damage. Yes, I probably grabbed the Hunchback component. Yeah, I think I'll just grab it on value. No, hang on. Yeah, no, 4 parts of the Phoenix Hawk. Okay, so we have a potential chance to random roll an entire Phoenix Hawk here. We'll see what happens. Alright, so what did we get? We got 2 parts Raven, we got the Vindicator, we got the Wolverine, we didn't get a single part of the Phoenix Hawk. That's okay. That's alright. I'm pretty content with that. 9.3 million in salvage. We got the double plus laser, we got the LRM-10. That's not horrible. A BattleTech RPG that's gameplay is a mix of Titanfall and MechWarrior. Well, I don't know about Titanfall. The mechs in Titanfall, the mechs, quote-unquote, in Titanfall, are a little bit too maneuverable. I do like them. I do like it. It's a fantastic game. But, yeah, they're a little too maneuverable for what they're after, for what they would work in the BattleTech universe. Yeah, I'm trying to work out if something that would work as an equivalent that could really be pointed at, but I don't think there is anything that's been made. Which is exactly the problem. Something should have been made by now. So, Mech Warriors are gaining experience. Yep, and we did get a Wolverine, and we are going to sell whichever one we make. So we're going to make the 6M because it's the most valuable one, and then we're going to sell it. Because I don't need 55 tons, but Wolverines are not great, and I've already got one. And I've got the better version, so I don't need a second. That at least gets us up to 3.2. So, let's get the fire starter fixed, which it should be a straight up repair. 8,700 in one day. Cool. Not a problem. Now, we will look over our mech warriors, and then we'll have a quick look at the missions, and then I think I'm going to call it a night here, guys, because it is now 4 a.m. So I'm going to head off and have a
Yes, Commander.
actually probably a relatively short nap, considering how much of a sleep I had this afternoon. All right, we've got him up to 4. We've got his piloting up to 4 now, so he's a little bit less shit. Still not great, but we need to work on that.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Waiting for orders.
Archangel. Yeah, we'll get it into piloting too. We're going to need your mobility up.
Training complete.
Standing by.
Beach ball. Piloting 7.
Mech warrior training complete.
Standing by.
Cerberus. Yeah, the range penalty needs to be taken out to get up to Tactics 5 on you. We'll go with that.
Training confirmed, Commander.
Ah, Claymore didn't hit enough points to go the next one.
Good to go.
That's a shame.
Yep.
Phantom has a shitload of points put aside, so you're going to go piloting 7 as well, because both of my scouts are going for this one. This is what we're after right here. Evasive expert. This is the skill that I need both Phantom and I need Beach Ball to get. Because this is the one that allows not only another point of max evasion, allows you to get up to 8 or 9 evasion pips total, but on top of that, it's the one that means you no longer lose evasion pips between turns. So if you get up to your maximum of 8 evasion pips, when you start the next turn, you're already at 8 evasion, and you will only lose evasion when you get shot at.
Training complete.
Alright,
Receiving
and
you.
Tango is got enough points that we can actually start deciding exactly what we're gonna do with her. Yeah, bot's back again. Yeah, bloody things. It's always the same one too. Same fucking bot every goddamn time. The best part is a BattleTech RPG because also have other assets besides battle mechs. You could have aerospace fighters, tanks, power armored infantry, etc. Exactly, you could absolutely, and this is the other thing too that I would like to see. Everything in the BattleTech universe focuses around the battle mechs. I could totally see an infantry simulation running in the BattleTech universe. An entire game where you're on foot and battle mechs are just there working in the background. Like, imagine playing something like COD or Battlefield. Actually, COD and Battlefield are bad examples. Armor would be too milsimi to be popular, although I'd be totally down for an Armor type game. Actually, no, an Armor would probably be the best example. You imagine playing something like Armor, a BattleTech version of Armor, and you're running along, you're on the ground, you're taking cover in the trees, you're taking shots, and you call in fire support, and fire support is a javelin dropping in on jump jets and just SRMing the shit out of whatever's in front of you. And then it goes off to engage, or you're having a gunfight, and in the background there's, a Centurion fighting a Hunchback over the hill line, and they're smashing the shit out of one another. Like, that would be fantastic. And with the aerospace type of stuff, you could totally build a flight simulator in the BattleTech universe and have mechs as assets that are showing up on the ground, where you're engaging all the way from orbit, from void-based combat, low orbit, atmospheric entry, high altitude, and all the way down to close air support for battle mechs on the field. And you could build an entire flight simulation around that. Got overdosed by coffee. Might design and start some sketch on how to make a BattleTech RPG. Not making any promises though. Have a tick through. As I said, there is already a set of RPG rules. So if you're curious on how they work, just track down the MechWarrior RPG rulebook and have a look. I will not suggest that you do anything that you know you're not allowed to do, but I am sure that if you were to look around, you could find at least excerpts on how those rules work. And see how the game functions, if you were really curious and wanted to try and pen something down. But yeah, you could totally have an entire host of games, infantry simulations, flight simulations, as well as full RPGs. You could even go so far as if you wanted to base First Succession War, you could have a game that is based around large-scale space capital ship combat in the BattleTech universe. Like, it's all there. Just, as I said earlier on in the stream, it is a universe that is so incredibly underutilized. Like, it's stunningly underutilized. Honest, which is good. In its sphere, nobility. So she's pretty much a blank slate. Well, we've already got our multi-shot bulwark pilots in Claymore and Cerberus. We've got 2 scouts. I'm going to go piloting as a primary and gunnery as a secondary. I'm going to go from Tango is going to become a high mobility combat pilot. So I'm going to go for evasive expert, but rather than following the tactics line, we're going to go for multi-shot. We might not go for evasive expert. We might go for keep 1 pip in sure footing and then go for breaching shot and go for a high mobility combat pilot, because we've got 2 with bulwark. So here's our 2 Atlas pilots, or assault mech pilots in the long run. This will be something a little bit faster that dishes out damage, so that we can rely on evasion rather than armor. Yeah, we'll confirm that.
MechWarrior training complete.
I've actually got enough points to get the 2nd skill too. Yeah, we'll commit. We're going to need multi-shot regardless, so we'll commit
training
to both of those.
Commander.
And then we'll have to decide exactly how we're going to work the rest out. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, no need to change anything. This is good. Push breaching shot with sure footing as a secondary, and then stack as many points as we can into tactics. Tango here could very, very potentially be an efficient long-term Marauder pilot. Because you can't use, a bulwark pilot wouldn't work particularly well for a Marauder in this particular mod, because the Marauder is simply not armored well enough to be able to tank efficiently, and it'll still get pulled apart. But if you could stack enough evasion on a pilot, multi-shot breaching shot on pilot, this could be our Marauder pilot. If we built it, will take a while. We need 8 points in tactics to be able to pull it off, plus everything else we would need, but that's possible. That is possible. So there we go, that's all of our pilots sorted out. Now, last thing to check, is there anything else to do in this world? And yes, there is. Hide the evidence. We've got a base destruction mission in the jungle. 4-skull battle in the tundra. That seems a little bit higher than my tonnage. Stealing is a form of flattery. Capture base, 2.5 skulls in the desert against pirates for the Draconis Combine. We could do that. Ooh. Yeah, we can't do that one. We are not rated for 5 skulls yet. Alright, so next stream we might do hide the evidence and do stealing as a form of flattery. That gives us 2 we can make a little bit of extra cash on while we're here. Well, we recovered. We're back to 3.2 million, but this has been a disappointing stream. We almost lost a pilot, we lost a mech, and we lost both the Flashpoint mission that would have got us another heavy and actually jumped our tonnage up. Actually, better double check and see whether or not that's popped up again. I don't think it would have by now. There are a couple of flashpoints here, though. It's actually a really busy section of the inner sphere. Merlin. What is Merlin? Bourbon and Battle Mechs. Bourbon and Battle Mech. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah. Oh, this is not a 3 skull. Yeah, we're not doing this one. This is only a single mission, as I recall. You basically drop in and you've got to blow up a, you blow up, no, actually there's 2. There is 2 missions to it. You've got to blow up a bar that's got a bunch of mercenaries in it that the person hiring you doesn't particularly like. But in the process, you piss off all the people that are regulars at the bar that all happen to be mercenary mech warriors, and they show up in their mechs. And yeah, it says 3 skull. I recall actually doing this one at 3 skull. I don't think there was a mech below 85 tons that was deployed. And there's 2 full lancers you've got to fight, as well as the defensive turrets around the base. And the defensive turrets are all anti-assault rated. So I think I did this mission at 65 tons, and the base turrets alone caught out one of my mechs in 3 turns. So, yeah, that is not a 3 skull mission. That is almost a 4.5 skull mission, pretending to be a 3 skull. What is in Primus? 2.5. Succession. Primus, the Draconis Combine, rare weapon, tonnage requirements light. An associate of mine and Primus is desperate in need of assistance. If you're open to a little subcontracting, I'll make it worth your while. Okay, so next stream, what we might do, we'll do the couple of missions here because we've got time. Do the couple of missions here just to, you know, pad out the account and see what we can drag off world. And then we might head over here and do the Succession Flashpoint and see whether or not we can get something out of that. A 2.5 skull, that's possible. We've got 136 days until it expires. It's only 37 days travel time, so we can easily knock over a couple of missions and we can head over and then hit this one and see what we can drag out of it. I can't recall what Succession was, but I know Bourbon and Battle Mechs, because I remember I got reamed doing that one the last time I did it. So, yeah, we do not have the tonnage. Alright, so let's go through the last of chat, and then I think we're going to call it here, guys. Alright, so where were we up to? I discovered another tabletop mech game, which looked nice. Anyone heard of Cav? No, I absolutely haven't. Maybe Squad? Yeah, Squad would work in the same environment as well. Lord, I would hate my life as a crunchy if there were big stompy robots. Remember... Actually, I'll see if I can find it here. We might play it on stream before I go. I'll just have a quick search and see if it's... There is only a handful of clips that ever shown it. Yeah, okay. I will see whether or not I can bring that up on stream. Alright, hang on a second.
This is an all-ship announcement. There's something very wrong with the gin we picked up on Lyerton. If you have any, please dispose of it.
Just give me a second here, guys. I am trying to pull something up.
Don't drink it.
Alright, that one there. Oh, don't start playing yet.
It is the 31st century, and mankind is once again at war. The battlefields of the future are dominated by huge robotic war machines known as battle mechs. Piloting these awesome weapons of war are men and women, the elite of the elite, knowing that each battle could be their last. They are mech warriors.
Alright, that has bugged out completely at the moment. It's playing and I can't stop it. I've gone and broken everything. That is... no. There we go. Cool. Okay. That was not quite working the way I want it to work. I will get that one playing in just a second. I'll work out a better way of doing that for you. There's a remastered version of the MechWarrior 3 intro, which is what I was about to play through. And I have no control of volume or anything there, which kind of sucked. I don't know how much of that came through. Hopefully not much. But it actually shows infantry fighting mechs and trying to lure them into an ambush. It's old enough. There's probably a lot of you that would not have seen it, but it was. MechWarrior 3 is the best MechWarrior game, and the intro remastered is actually really good. Okay, I'll go through the rest of that before I try that again. More casual player is Armor, high mags, finally make a live stream right when it's ending, dude. The skills, smaller models, 15mm or something like that. Just wondering what game engine I'll borrow in the meantime. I would have no idea what game engine would work, because you need something. This is the biggest issue with doing a complex game like that. You need an engine that is good for both large-scale stuff and small-scale stuff at the same time. I can't... I suppose Lumberyard, the one they're building Star Citizen in, the variation of the CryEngine that the Cloud Imperium Games has put together. That would work because they're already using it, but I'm not sure how easy that would be to work with. Anything Crytek based or CryEngine based has a proven history of being a pain in the ass to work on. I imagine your best engine, if you had to pick a game engine, it'd probably be Unreal would be the easiest one to work with. Apparently it's just fairly easy to function with if you don't want to go something really basic like Unity. How else will you get your Steiner Scout Lance set up? Well, there is a couple of ways to get mechs in this. You don't necessarily have to go and kill the enemies to get it. If I can get Davian friendly enough with me at the moment, they'll give me access to go into the planets that actually have their main mech production facilities. And in this mod, they'll let me buy the mechs directly from them. Cav or combat assault vehicles, models look really nice and could confuse them from BattleTech. Yeah, I've never heard of it. I'll have to look it up. Blow up a bar? No, no, no. No Cerberus would say. You did a 2-skull and Lyrian territory that had 3 enemy lancers over 50 tons each and show up and then from a Comstar lance. Guess I should have paid my cable bill. Yeah, that's always fun when Comstar just drops into the middle of a battle. They have done that. Well, better forget the mishaps of this stream. Well, no, we won't forget them. We got our balls kicked in, but we'll try again, because that's all we've got to do. We just got to keep going. Cheers for the advice on BattleTech Mags. I'm hoping to catch a next stream at least, or at least VOD. Yep, well, the next ones, they should be coming a little bit earlier. This one here is only at this time because I actually got some sleep earlier on, so I can run a little bit later. But otherwise, we're going to be aiming to start streaming it around about now. Yes, the MechWarrior 3 intro. Yeah, I'll be getting that one in just a moment. The end of Task Force Serpent. Yep, that is the one. There's a couple of big stompy CSJ mechs. Yep. And does Summoner make a squishy? Well, squish. Yes, it does. Alright, so now I'm going to try that again. Now, what I'll do instead... I don't actually have a tab set up for this. I really need a tab set up for this. Alright, this should work, I think. Alright. Yep, that works. Alright. Whoa, there's some weirdness for you right now. Just going for a direct desktop capture. It'll be the easiest way to do this. Because I've got to mess around with this just a little bit because I've got such a different computer setup. That should do. Alright, let's try this again. The old school Atlas model. God, that was a good game back in the day. It still is. Ah, all right. Wait, hang on. Was that not playing? Ah, god damn it. Now I'm going to have to do this again. Alright, I completely screwed that up. Apparently I had the desktop volume turned down then, because I turned it down to not blow your eardrums out on the last one, because it didn't give me a volume control, and I screwed it up. We had no sound. Ah, well. I'll play it again if you want. I'll just drop the link for it in chat before I go. It's the remastered MechWarrior 3. That's the one. God, it's embarrassing that I screwed that up. You can tell it's 4 in the morning, can't you guys? There you go. I just put it in chat for everybody. That's actually one of the few times that they've ever done, or any of the people that have covered BattleTech have ever actually incorporated ground, like actually infantry into the ground and actually shown them in a clip. That's one of the few times they've ever shown up in a clip for MechWarrior. The only other time it's rarely ever showed up was the original Mech Commander, which I might play on stream, although it is really old now. And it doesn't scale particularly well to modern monitors because it's sprite-based rather than 3D model-based, and it was designed at a time when 800 by 600 was considered a pretty large and advanced resolution. It's still playable, and it's still a fantastic game, and still it tells a fantastic story, but it's one of those games in desperate need of a remaster, and that one's actually got infantry on the ground. They'll fire short-range missiles at you, and you can stand on them. And they will leave a little red pixel smear on the ground as you go over them. But for the most part, most developers have kind of shied away from showing the infantry combat inside of an environment where there's battle mechs. And I think that kind of sucks, because there's an opportunity there. It played with no sound. Yeah, I had the volumes down. That was me screwing up. But get help from DevMeat. He can put something together probably. Oh, I can fix it up. It's just bloody brain not functioning. 4 a.m. Getting slow. All right, so that's just about got us back up to where we are, up to date. Yeah, I'm getting a bit foggy in the brain, guys, so I'm going to call this one here. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and thank you very much for watching. Sorry, a couple of missions went sideways there, really sideways. Actually, we haven't had missions go that sideways since the very start, the very first couple of streams when we were first trying to up our tonnage, but at least we had no deaths. One of our poor mechs, the legend Mag Dump, will be remembered. It finally got to a mission where it ran out of ammunition, and then it got to a mission where it got deleted. So that is the end of that one. But yeah, I think we'll do the 2 missions here for the next stream, and then we will jump over to do that Flashpoint and knock it over. We do need to start killing some time on this end as well, because the whole point here, although at the rate we're taking to build up, it might not be a problem, but I do actually want to see the clans. We are at May 3030. The clan invasion doesn't start until December 3049. So we have 19 years to burn through before we actually get to the clan invasion at this point. So yeah, we have a little bit to do there. All right, guys. Limitations of the game didn't let it render people. Yeah, that was the issue with MechWarrior 3. Otherwise, I'm sure Micropose would have put it in. I love the fact that they were the ones who did MechWarrior 3, and it still holds up as the best MechWarrior. Shows if you treat treat the BattleTech universe and the MechWarrior games as simulations rather than as arcade games, you always get a better result. And that's what they've proved, and it's stood up to this date. We're 5 MechWarrior titles in now, more if you count the extras. Hang on, you've got original MechWarrior, MechWarrior 2, Ghost Bear's Legacy expansion, MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries, MechWarrior 3 with its Pirate Moon expansion, MechWarrior 4 Vengeance, MechWarrior 4 Mercenaries, and MechWarrior 5. And MechWarrior 3 still holds the title as the best. To this day, holds the title to the best. So, and it was the one that and it was the one made by Micropose, and the one that most seriously considered itself to be a mech simulation rather than a mech game, and the results still stand up. Anyways, guys, gonna call it here. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for watching. Next stream tomorrow night, if everything goes well, I might be streaming our attempt at multiplayer Skyrim. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, the next stream will probably be Tuesday, I think. Until then, take care.